Well, that wasn't so hard, was it? The Cleveland Cavaliers finally put it all together. Donovan Mitchell, a lot made of him on last show. If you guys did join us for Skap Live After Dark, Donovan Mitchell finally, for the first time in 9 postseason runs, is finally moving on beyond the second round. Congratulations to Donovan Mitchell. Shout out to Donovan Mitchell. And apologies for the Donovan Mitchell slander at the end of game 6. And like I said, that wasn't that hard, was it? Just show up and do your little bit of whatever your job might potentially be in this series. I think the Detroit Pistons were not the better team. They were not the favorite team, despite the fact they had 60 wins, because this is why the Detroit Pistons are ass city, not rock city, ass city. The Detroit Pistons and their offensive, I would say their offensive pieces provided around Cade Cunningham, absolutely criminal right now. And look, Cade Cunningham had a bad game tonight, a very bad game. First team All-NBA Cade Cunningham likely will be his designation once those teams are released later this summer. And certainly nowhere near good enough from him tonight at home, where the Detroit Pistons, by the way, 5-0 in their team's franchise history at home in game 7s. In fact, all home teams in game 7s throughout NBA history, all rounds, 82% win probability. So home teams all time throughout NBA history win these things 82% of the time. And the best player on the floor tonight, well, the best player on either team in this series was Cade Cunningham. Therefore, it is his responsibility to not let this happen. And 13 points from him on 5 of 16 shooting, and a game worse for either team, minus 32, is certainly nowhere near good enough. Cade Cunningham deserves criticism. He will get the criticism, I'm quite certain. But ultimately, I think this is a referendum on the Detroit Pistons overall as a team. Watching Cade Cunningham play throughout this postseason in general, and certainly tonight, the thing that I feel most is sorrow and remorse and regret for poor Cade Cunningham, who has just sheer ass surrounding him offensively. An elite defensive team, elite defensive pieces, but just nowhere near enough to compete viably in the NBA playoffs against other elite rosters. The Cleveland Cavaliers, by the way, are an elite roster. And when you go into an NBA playoff round, or run, I should say, with Tobias Harris as your slated number 2, well, sheer disaster could potentially ensue. And, well, sheer disaster ensued tonight. Tobias Harris over me? This is why Jimmy Butler was laughing at Tobias Harris and thought it was so humorous that any NBA franchise would go with Tobias Harris over him. Tonight, Tobias Harris, game 7 at home, 5 points, 0 of 6 shooting from the field for your number 2 offensive option. And again, this is what you get when you go into an NBA playoff run with Tobias Harris as your number 2. So look, the Detroit Pistons were pitiful tonight. This game was so bad, I didn't even wait for it to end to get on here. There's still 2.5 minutes to go in this fourth quarter. It is roughly a 30-point game. The Detroit Pistons, I think, overextended themselves just to get this to 7. I picked Cleveland in 6 before the series began because, quite frankly, Cleveland is the much better team. Cleveland has Donovan Mitchell, who, again, was first-team All-NBA last season, who has now James Harden, who is a historical all-time player, probably a, top 30 to 35 all-time player. They have Evan Mobley on this team, who was first-team All-NBA defense last year, second-team All-NBA overall, and the Defensive Player of the Year. This is an elite roster. Make no mistakes. In my estimation, a top 2 or 3 team in the East, I would say them, the Knicks, and the Celtics are the best teams in the Eastern Conference. In fact, going into the Eastern Conference playoffs, I liked Boston and Cleveland as the 2 best teams in the Eastern Conference. Now, the way the Knicks have been playing as of late and played their way through these playoffs to this point, you must simply take your hat off and give it to the New York Knicks. And I think now they will be the favorite in this next round, which is set the Eastern Conference Finals. Though, look, the Cleveland Cavaliers, I believe they had 53 wins this year, and the New York Knicks had 54. So these teams were very closely matched during the regular season. Cleveland started the season off poorly. They've been great since the James Harden trade. And now it sets up what, to me, is a very intriguing Eastern Conference Finals matchup. Again, shout out to both James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, because, look, sports are a results-driven industry, as I always say, and the results, primarily speaking, are wins and losses. The Cleveland Cavaliers won the game tonight, so James Harden and Donovan Mitchell deserve a lot of credit. Credit because they both got a lot of criticism over the last 48 hours. And I know some of you might be scratching your head because you look, James Harden, 9 points on just 2 of 10 shooting from the field, 0 of 6 shooting from the three-point line. You're probably thinking, Jay, what possible credit could you be giving James Harden? Well, they won the game. He was a game best plus 31. In fact, actually, he tied Evan Mobley plus 31, a game high. Donovan Mitchell, meanwhile, plus 17, pretty good. He had 26 points on 10 of 22 shooting. Look, neither Harden or Donovan Mitchell were really all that important to the outcome tonight, in my estimation. I watched the entirety of this game until the last half of the fourth quarter because it is all but over. In fact, it is almost over now. 125-94, 20 seconds left here in this game. But look, at the beginning of the game, first half, it was really, to me, all about Jarrett Allen, Evan Mobley, and Sam Merrill. Those were the guys setting the tone. Those were the guys winning this game for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I believe Donovan Mitchell had all of 11 points on 4 of 10 shooting at halftime, while James Harden, I think, had 6 points on 1 of 6. So neither Harden or Mitchell did much of anything in the first half when this game was really being decided, with lead vacillating between 15 and 20 points in the first half. It really wasn't much of a game at all in the second half. And Sam Merrill, to me, primarily, if I had to single one person out in particular, absolutely unequivocally setting the tone tonight, making everything out of the shoot in the first half. He ends the game in only 25 minutes, a plus 22, and 23 points in 25 minutes for Sam Merrill on 7 of 10 shooting from the field, 5 of 8 shooting from the three-point line. Jarrett Allen, meanwhile, 23 points for him tonight, 7 rebounds in 25 minutes. And Evan Mobley, I mentioned him before, 21 points and 12 rebounds for him. A game high plus 31, along with little game James Harden, which I suppose I shouldn't or couldn't or can't call him little game James tonight, because despite the putrid stat line, and by the way, I had him in this game for more than 13 points, so I'm not too happy about his overall box score here. But again, plus 31 for little game James, and only 1 turnover. So despite the fact he only made 2 field goals, there's a lot made about him throughout the course of his career in this postseason, about games where he has more turnovers than field goals made. Despite the fact he only made 2 field goals tonight, he still had more field goals made than turnovers, because he only turned it over 1 time. Ultimately, Harden and Mitchell didn't have to do much tonight because this team is so much better than Detroit, which is why I thought that they should and would win the series going in. Now, after Cleveland imploded and barfed all over themselves at home last game in Game 6, I obviously thought they were going to finish off the choke job, which I was wrong about that. And really, I mainly primarily credit that to the fact that this is a completely flawed and incomplete Detroit Pistons lineup. They have a lot of work to do in the offseason. Cade Cunningham, a.k.a. the guard form of Nikola Jokic, just nowhere near enough surrounding this poor guy. He had a valiant performance in this postseason, in my estimation, a great coming out party for him in the regular season, and a very, very bright future for him for many, many years to come. This kid is going to be an absolute star. I think he's 24 years old this year. So the sky is the limit for Cade Cunningham moving forward. He just needs something else, one other ball handler and shot creator on that team, because Tobias Harris simply isn't getting it done. He had a very good playoffs this year. Tobias Harris did. I think he averaged 20 points per game this postseason. Did not have it tonight. 5 points, 0 of 6 shooting. And if Cade Cunningham doesn't have it, the whole team doesn't have it. Final score, 125-94, 94 points from the Detroit Pistons, 35% shooting from the field tonight for them, 31% shooting from the three-point line, 14 turnovers, just all types of bad things for the Detroit Pistons tonight. They had 21 assists, 31 assists for the Cleveland Cavaliers. They shot 51%. A lot of people had it going for the Cavaliers. Just a really good team. And I think despite the fact the Cavs have played bummish stints of basketball this postseason, and believe me, they sure have played bummish stints of basketball. All of their players, their whole team. But the team is extraordinarily talented, and I think that this is going to be a very intriguing series. The Knicks are going to be heavy favorites just because of how well they've been clicking in this postseason, but it would be a mistake to underestimate how talented and how good this Cleveland Cavaliers roster is. They've only lost one game at home this postseason. It's going to be an interesting series. Ultimately, I do favor the Knicks. I haven't really thought about the series necessarily or unpacked much of it. I've only had maybe a half an hour or so to even turn my attention to the next round. But the conference finals are now officially set. Tomorrow, of course, game one in the Spurs and I almost said Minnesota. In the Spurs and Oklahoma City Thunder series gets underway tomorrow night. The following night, so the Cavs will have one day off. The following night will be Cavs and Knicks game one. So no rest for the weary for the Cleveland Cavaliers following this Game 7 win. Luckily, they didn't have to exert themselves too much in this one. And we can kind of talk about and unpack those games if you want, those series if you want moving forward. There was, of course, other news today in the NBA. Surprisingly, shockingly, this news breaks today as it pertains to the Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder series. No surprise, but it is confirmed now at this point. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander snares his second consecutive league MVP, moving him into rarefied air now all-time in NBA history as a player that has won now consecutive league MVPs. He becomes only the fifth active player right now that is in the NBA to accomplish the feat, joining, of course, LeBron James, Steph Curry, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic. So now add in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander into that list of names. And there are only 9 other players who have done it all time in league history. So Shai becomes the 14th player in league history now to accomplish back-to-back league MVPs. Now, and if you look at the list of guys that have done it, really it's just a list of guys who are all-time historically elite. So that's what you put now Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the midst of, or the company that he is now in terms of the trajectory of where he's going ultimately, or where the voters have put him in or on the trajectory to get to. Because again, when you look at all the names, and I could pull up the entire list, in addition to the 4 I just named that were active prior to Shai winning or being announced today, the list of the other guys are like Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Tim Duncan, Moses Malone, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Will Chamberlain, Bill Russell. So literally, like basically 12 of the top 15 all-time players have done it. And then there's Shai, and then Steve Nash is the other one who ridiculously did it. I ultimately think Shai verges more towards that than the other guys. But hey, he is only 27. He's got a long way to go. He's probably going to win 1 or 2 more, probably. We'll see which direction his Oklahoma City Thunder go in this postseason if he wins back-to-back NBA Finals MVPs as well. Well, very rarefied air then there. I haven't even thought of guys potentially who have done that. We know Michael Jordan did it. I don't know. I'd have to look up who else have done back-to-back league MVPs with finals MVPs. That is a very select group. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. It's something I'm going to have to do some further research on when I get off air. But we can talk about that, the league MVP, if you want. I obviously think they got it wrong. I think it should have been Nikola Jokic. I also think that Victor Wembanyama probably deserved it more than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as well. But that is the way the cookie crumbles. Shai won it resoundingly. I think I saw he got 83 first-place votes. Nikola Jokic had 10 first-place votes, and Victor Wembanyama had 5. So that was the breakdown. I think it was an official vote I saw. Maybe I got had by some social media post, but I believe that was the tally. And also the total tally has Nikola Jokic runner-up again. So 6 years now in a row for Nikola Jokic, finishing first or second in league end MVP vote. It is either an all-time NBA record or he ties Larry Bird as the only other person, and Bird only did it 6 times as well. So this would tie the all-time NBA record, or he might have just set the all-time record, passing Bill Russell and Larry Bird, who also both did it 5 times each. So again, now Jokic, runner-up 3 times in the last 6 years and won it 3 times in the last 6 years. And frankly, you can make a case 2 of the years, maybe all 3 of the years that he didn't get it were better than the 3 years that he did. Not to say he didn't deserve it the other 3 years. I just think he deserved it all 6. And I don't think history will look back favorably on the way Nikola Jokic has been treated in 3 of these 6 seasons. I mean, if you want to glass ceiling someone and take them out of a multitude of MVPs, that's fine. But at least let them get to 4 before, like, if this guy should have 6, at least let him get to 4 before you just decide you're never giving him another one ever again. He has been treated as unfairly as anyone I've seen in my lifetime. My lifetime, I don't remember Jordan's 80s where he probably should have got the MVP in the 80s like 3 or 4 times. He was clearly the best player by far on a significantly worse team than Larry Bird had and Magic Johnson had when they were winning their MVPs. But in terms of what I've seen, really, I started watching the NBA or paying attention to it in like 94. So over the last 30 years, Kobe and Jokic are the 2 dudes that I've seen that have been screwed out of the most MVPs in my estimation. So we could discuss that if you want. Discuss Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. By the way, they are 6.5-point favorites, are the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 1 tomorrow to open against the San Antonio Spurs. I don't know what the line yet is. The Knicks, I'm sure, will be favored by 4 or 5, likely in Game 1 of their series against these Cavaliers, who we just saw finish off the Detroit Pistons again, 125-94. And the offseason now begins for the Detroit Pistons. They've got some things to do, some moves to make, some people to sign. Detroit, look, you've got a lot of defense. You need some offense. The Nuggets have a lot of offense. They need some defense. Perfect marriage here. You went out in the second round with 60 wins. They went out with 54 wins in the first round as like the 5th odds-on favorite to win the NBA championship this year. 2 earlier exits than you were anticipating, though I quite frankly do not begrudge Detroit for a second-round exit, again, because of how limited and flawed this roster is. Same with the Denver Nuggets, for that matter. Like, obviously, you don't want to see a first-round exit, but the team they lost to, just better, just deeper, more athletic, more talented, I think, top to bottom. So it's time to switch some things up, I think, in both Detroit and Denver. Maybe you guys can work together and flip a little offense, defense. Who knows? Guys, welcome into Skap Live After Dark. We were off yesterday as there were no games on. We're back tonight, and we will be seemingly back moving forward now as the conference finals are every other day, though I have some travel conflicts this upcoming week. At least for one night, I might not be able to make it on, but we'll cross that bridge as we approach it. For tonight, glad to be here as always with all of you guys. We've got 757 people in here. for Skap Live After Dark. Welcome to the party, guys. Always an absolute pleasure and humbling to see the turnout here. Late night, at least late night for me and Maud Gary, who is on hand as always. Both of us coming from the East Coast in the good old US of A. So an 11 o'clock time right now here. We're 20 minutes in. And like I said, we've got a lot going on here, obviously. We'll see which direction you guys want to take it, whether you want to talk conference finals, talk about Detroit, Cleveland, talk about some MVP stuff, potentially. First, though, let me just say, welcome in, moderator Gary. Gary, welcome in. Good to have you as always. Gary, say hello to the people, will you?
Hello, people. Sorry about that terrible game tonight.
It was, Gary, it was straight heinous ass. So I'm actually surprised that we have such a robust turnout tonight of over 700 people, despite the fact that this game was absolutely reprehensible. And, Gary, I'll say this. We both picked this game pre-series. I want to say maybe you might have had the Pistons in 7. I don't know. You had the Pistons, I think 7. And you ultimately thought it would mainly hinge on James Harden pooping himself. And he tried his best tonight. There's no doubt about it. 9 points, 2 of 10 shooting. Couldn't hit anything. But at least he didn't turn the ball over. And then I did have the Cavs in 6 before the series. Obviously, I was wrong with the way they came out in game 6 last game. But while I thought the Cavs would win this series, each game was highly unpredictable. Like in that we were talking about whenever the Nuggets lost game 2 and how I basically picked the way every game would go the rest of the series. You and I were talking about this on air after that series ended. I think some series are very easy to tell the path of like which team is going to win every game. And typically I think it's pretty easy to read that out. But in this series, it was very unpredictable. Like I thought the Pistons would be split in the first 2 games. They weren't. I thought then when it was 2-2, I thought the Pistons would win in game 5. They didn't. I then thought the Cavs would win their game 6. They didn't. Then I thought the Pistons would win their game 7. They didn't. So like every single game went the opposite way of what I was anticipating. So a very unpredictable series, I think, by and large. But look, the Cavs move. They live to fight another day. And I think the things that you say, Gary, and the things you feel about your San Antonio Spurs, you can apply those same things to the Detroit Pistons. Like if you're going to be upset, if you're a Pistons fan tonight, you're going to be upset. A beatdown, a humiliating loss on your home floor, the first home game 7 they've ever lost in their franchise's history. But ultimately, when they get away from the disappointment of it, and they get a couple days and weeks removed, like you with your Spurs, they're going to realize that the sky's the limit and they have a very bright future because they have 3 very young studs, and they just need to build the team around them out a little bit better. So I think now the Spurs are entering into that series for them now. I think you can make the case that the Spurs, talent-wise, can compete head-to-head, though, with this Oklahoma City Thunder team. The Thunder haven't really been pushed yet in this postseason. Like, will they be ready tomorrow night if the Spurs come out and apply pressure and keep them in a tight game and it's a clutch scenario for them down the stretch in the fourth quarter? Is that something that the Thunder are really going to be ready to handle now that it's been? Now, I guess they did kind of have a clutch situation in game 4 of the Lakers series, but they had the safety net of a 3-0 lead at that point in that series. Now, game 1's, Gary, as I've talked about this before, very, very important in my estimation to the home team. Look, if the Spurs lose tomorrow, but they're really competitive and it's a tight, hard-fought game, I think they're going to come away feeling pretty good about themselves. But if the Thunder lose that game all of a sudden, I think it might start creeping in their head. They were 4-1. The Spurs were against them in the regular season. If they beat them then to win 5 out of 6 games against them and take away the home court advantage in game 1, I think maybe doubt might creep in somewhat. And, some of those shots that the Thunder seem to make when they're front running might be a little bit tighter in game 2. I think game 1 tomorrow is going to be a huge precedent-setting game. It's going to be really a tone setter for whichever team wins it. I know both teams want to come out and make a statement tomorrow. And Victor Wembanyama, I kind of wish Wemby, though I want Jokic's streak of getting screwed and finishing runner-up every year in the last 6 years to continue. So I was hoping Jokic would get second this year. I'm actually a little upset that because Wemby would have felt even more slighted, I feel like, had he finished second. And he could basically say, like, directly that SGA stole my MVP. Like, I kind of wanted Wemby to have even more incentive going against Shai tomorrow. And Gary, I'm also very excited to see when will they give Shai Gilgeous-Alexander his MVP award, because typically they don't even announce it until like the day they're going to give it out. And like last year, they didn't, I think it was game 5 of the second round. Like we had no idea who won it. And then like the day of or the day before they announced it, Shai had won it and they gave it to him at home in game 5 before game 5 of the Nuggets and Thunder series. Of course, a very hard-fought, close game. Jokic, by the way, is the best player on the floor in that game 5, but nobody came along on his team for that for the second half of that game. Ultimately, a Thunder win. So I wonder, Gary, if they might give it to him tomorrow night. I actually hope they do give it to him tomorrow night. Since they announced it today, that would make sense the day before. And then Wemby will get to be sitting there pre-tip, just brewing over that while Shai gets given the trophy from the commish and he holds it up and he's doing his little tooth thing or whatever. I'm looking forward to see what Wemby comes out with then in that. And there's a lot of good storylines. I haven't really seen or heard much news about J-Dub, Jalen Williams, who's been out for like a month now with that hamstring tweak. What's his availability for tomorrow? I probably should have looked into that before we started the stream. But Gary, do you have any expectations for game 1 from your San Antonio Spurs tomorrow night?
I heard that they're going to give the MVP to SGA before game 1, like you said. And I thought the same thing, that it's going to make Wemby hungry. I think the Spurs are going to be hungry. I think the Thunder are going to be rusty. So I would not be surprised at all if the Spurs take game 1. But I just think that SGA and AJ Mitchell are ultimately going to be too much for the Spurs for the series. I think we need to get some more size in this upcoming draft. And I think we're going to be a lot better next year.
Yeah, I think, Gary, it's going to be interesting. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting game, I think. And look, whether I think really, quite frankly, I think if the Thunder had better get both games in Oklahoma City. They'll be favored probably in each fairly heftily. Like I said, there's 6.5-point favorites tomorrow, which actually isn't that much for them at home. And like I said, I think they will be underdogs for the first time in 2 playoff runs when the series shifts to San Antonio in game 3. But I think the Thunder better get both in Oklahoma City. I still haven't thought about who I might pick in this series. Maybe we can unpack that somewhat throughout tonight if we have time. But if the Thunder win both, they're going to win the series. It's over. Because the Thunder are so loaded, so deep. Their margin for error is so, it's just so low. Or I guess it's high is what I'm trying to say. Like they could play a C game and win a game easily. So if they win 2 games, it's going to be very difficult for me to envision the Spurs, a young, inexperienced team who are prone sometimes to fluctuations. Like, look what they did in game 1 against Minnesota. So it's very difficult for me to accept that if the Thunder win game 1 and 2, they're going to lose 4 out of 5 then in the next 5. I don't think that's going to happen. But if the Spurs split them in Oklahoma City, if they get game 1 or 2, I think the Spurs will win the series. I really do. And I don't know which way I'm leaning yet. But again, maybe we can discuss that as we go on tonight. But guys, we are sitting now at around the 30-minute mark here in the show. And that's typically around about the time I like to start looking into comments and seeing what direction you guys want to take the conversation. And we still have over 700 people here now, like I said. And yes, we did just go over the 30-minute mark of the show. So Gary, let's get into some comments, some potential Q&A here from the people here in Skap Live After Dark. Guys, thank you again very much for being here. I appreciate it. Great turnout tonight, despite just one game and despite it being so absolutely ussy. Let's start with Praise the Dawn. What's up, Praise the Dawn? Welcome in. Thanks for being here. Gary, what's the comment here?
The Pistons are a disgrace. What a joke.
Yeah, we're probably going to get a hefty dosage, Gary, of Pistons, or if you will, shitstins, I should say, slander going on tonight. Obviously, look, if the Pistons fans want to slander, they're going to have to slander Cade Cunningham, because this game, again, it's sheerly dreadful. 13 points, 5 of 16 shooting, 0 of 7 from the three-point line, minus 32 in 37 minutes. So just a dreadful game for Cade Cunningham. And he just, quite frankly, did not have it tonight. And he's 24 years old. He's first-team All-NBA. I think he is a top 5 player in the NBA right now. I'm very impressed with him, with his poise, with his leadership, with his full court game. Ultimately, he can't do it all by himself. He can't be this bad, but I do think that the Cavs are just better. I think they just had the better team. They're certainly the more poised team. They're veteran laden. They've got a lot of guys with a lot on the line. Donovan Mitchell had never been out of the second round of the playoffs ever in his career until now. And James Harden, I saw the graphic before mid third quarter. I think it's 187 playoff games for him that he has appeared in and not won an NBA championship. The only player in league history with more, Karl Malone, 193 playoff appearances without an NBA championship. So the first two guys, not 1 and 2 on the list, with most postseason appearances in games played without a title. Karl Malone 1, James Harden 2. And if next round against the Knicks goes 7, it will be James Harden 1, Karl Malone 2. So Donovan Mitchell had a lot to prove tonight. James Harden still does. I think Donovan Mitchell doesn't have a storied career of choking. As much as I buried him last game, he's nowhere near the pantheon of chokings that we've seen from James Harden, the elite all-time playoff gag artist that he's been. But I think there was an immense amount of pressure for Donovan to win a second-round series against a team I thought that the Cavs were better than. Now, moving forward into this series, look, no shame on Mitchell losing this game. I think the Knicks are better. I think they should win. But doesn't matter for James Harden, in my opinion. That's not going to be an excuse for him, because this guy's been in the league for 18, 19 years. He's been in nearly 200 playoff games. He's been surrounded by elite supporting casts, including right now. Again, Donovan Mitchell, first-team All-NBA last year. Evan Mobley, second-team All-NBA last year. First-team All-NBA defense, defensive player of the year. Good bench unit. Like, if you're James Harden, you've got to win a championship by the time your career ends, and he's not getting any younger. He's 37 years old, I believe, and each year now is a massive missed opportunity if he doesn't get it done. So still a lot of pressure on him in that next series against the Knicks, and typically James Harden and pressure, well, they don't really mesh all that well. Next in, we've got the Incorruptible. What's up, my friend? Welcome to the show. Thank you very much, as always, for being here. Sir, Gary, what's the comment from him?
This should have been a good game. However, the Pistons were out there looking like a team that didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, look, again, the Pistons, below not good. In the words of Charlie Castlery. I don't know why I can never say that guy's last name. When he was talking about Oh man, Gary, help me out. The quarterback with the Vikings now, who's been on the Cardinals.
Murray.
Drawing a complete blank here.
Murray?
Yes, Kyler Murray. Well, when he was coming out of the NFL draft, and Charlie was on NFL Network talking about his study habits and leadership abilities. Not good, he said. Below not good. So that's what the Pistons were. Whenever I say below not good, that's a shout out to Charlie. But the Pistons were below not good tonight. But look, they won, I believe it was 2024. So it would have been 2023, 2024 NBA season 2 years ago. I believe they won 17 games, 18 games. 14 games they won. In the 2023-2024 season, the Detroit Pistons were dead last in the entire NBA. The worst record in the whole league. The worst team in the West that year were the 21-61 Portland Trailblazers. The second worst team in the East was the 15-67 Wizards. So every team in the NBA won 20-something games or more in the 2023-2024 season, except for the Washington Wizards and the Detroit Pistons. That's 2 years ago. Of course, the Wizards have the number one pick in the NBA draft right now, whereas the Pistons just won 60 games. And I mean, say what you will, but look, Asar Thompson was on that team. Cade Cunningham was on that team. And really, that's about it. A lot of turnover overall, but a lot of young guys still overall on that team. Cade Cunningham that season 2 years ago at 22 years of age, averaged 23 points per game, 8 assists, and 4 rebounds. And then the next year, he got Sixth Man of the Year. The next year, meaning last year, Cunningham played 70 games, jumped to 26 points per game, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, was All-NBA third team and MVP 7. Now, look, we don't know exactly what he's going to finish in terms of the MVP vote, probably 4th or 5th, now taking a step up in that. And first team All-NBA. I think while the Pistons look like sheer garbage tonight, and I hate making excuses for teams that shit themselves in high leverage playoff games. And the whole roster, including Cunningham, played terrible tonight, full stop. But they are very young. I think that roster is not as good as Cleveland. And I think we should really just take a step back and think about the fact this team went from 14 wins to 60 in 2 years with a very young nucleus. And their contract situation now, next year they only have $133 million on the book. And they've got a lot of things to shore up. They're going to have to pay Asar Thompson. They're going to have to pay Jalen Duren. So probably 35 to 40 million annually for both of those guys. So like 70 million right there. They've got Cade Cunningham shored up through 2030. Really, other than that, they don't have much on the books at all, quite frankly. They've got a partially guaranteed amount to Duncan Robinson and a bunch of team options on other guys. So it's time to go out and fill this roster out in the offseason. And I think depending on what they do moving forward with this roster, they could be the best team in the NBA next year. Not the best. Well, in the mix. They won 60 games. They're top 3 net rating this year. They were the number 2 net rated defense. And they, again, led by 3 early 20-year-olds with a very incomplete and flawed offensive system around Cade Cunningham. So if you go out like they're all of a sudden, to me, they will be the best team in the Eastern Conference for real, even though they did have the number 1 seed already this year, even though that to me, I would have ranked going into the playoffs, Cleveland, Boston, and New York ahead of them going into the playoffs. But still, maybe for real, they'll be the best team in the East next year. And maybe they will be able to compete and be, a competitive team against the other 2 top teams in the league, that being, of course, the Thunder and the Spurs. So while a lot of people are going to want to bury the Pistons and say some negative things about them, and look, tongue in cheek, I called it whatever, Ass City on my thumbnail for this live stream. But I think ultimately glass is half full. Glass is half full on this team, and I would be taking away mainly and predominantly positives from the Pistons overall this year for the season that they just had. Emmanuel is in next. Again, another regular. Thank you, sir. Welcome to Skap Live After Dark. I appreciate you coming into the sponsor area for us here tonight. Gary, what does Emmanuel have for us?
One, yes, sir, Donovan. Amazing job, Merrill and Allen. I said it. Detroit has no true centers. The NBA is obviously trying to find a new GOAT and trip MJ.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that last part was probably in reference to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the MVP and the news that we got today about him winning the league MVP for the second year in a row. And I mean, yeah, look, when you're in a high leverage, high stakes, winner take all game or a must win game or whatever, and you have some secondary role player guy just come out and have the game of his life or explode out of nowhere, it takes a lot of pressure off you. Like when you have your like 7th or 8th best guy on your roster, like Sam Merrill tonight, erupting in the first half, can't miss a thing. Everything he's throwing up is falling. That takes an immense amount of pressure off of the rest of the roster. So, I mean, really, just the tone setter from the get-go from him. And look, the problem is Jalen Duren is an elite. He's an elite athlete, an elite defender, and he does a lot of things really well. Asar Thompson, maybe the best perimeter defender in the entire planet, on the entire planet. But both of them are anemic offensively. They are extraordinarily limited. And look, they're both, I think, 22 years old. But like tonight, Duren played only 26 minutes. He scored 7 points on 3 of 7. Asar Thompson played only 29 minutes. He scored 5 points on 2 of 7. Like, those guys should be playing 35, 40 minutes in high leverage, big time playoff games, but you just can't play them because they are non-existent offensively or in terms of offensive threats. They really need to get in the gym and they really need to add something to their game, something. Like they have to get better. It has to be a major point of emphasis for both of those guys moving forward now in this off season. Like that you can't have a straight hole offensively at 2 positions, really. So I don't know. I mean, they're both going to command huge salaries, I think, this summer, and they owe it to their team. They owe it to Cade Cunningham, and they owe it to the city if they're going to take all that money to get to the gym this summer and both work their asses off and add some semblance of offense. Okay, next we've got, Emmanuel, to the point about a new GOAT for MJ. Look, this is some resume building for Shai. I do not think he should have. This is exactly what happened with Steph Curry, in my opinion. Steph Curry should not have been the MVP in 2014, 2015. They gave it to him. Then they had no choice but to give it to him because look, they were 73-9, and the guy had one of the elite all-time offensive seasons ever in 2015, 2016, when they won 73 games. There was no choice but to give it to him. He had to be the MVP. In fact, he was the first and still ever only unanimous league MVP. But then because they gave him one he didn't deserve in 2014, 2015, then all of a sudden when you give him back-to-back in 2015, 2016, then now that's resume building for him to some degree. Like that's a huge element of his, like who he is now, like what his case is all time in NBA history. And now what happens if the same exact thing happens next year with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? What if, look, they had a ton of injuries this year, and they underachieved, quite frankly, a lot in my estimation in the regular season. They started out 24-1 in 25 games. This team has the potential and the ability, if fully healthy next year, to win 74 games If they do, Shai has to be the league MVP then. So now all of a sudden, 3 straight MVPs, 3 consecutive and 3 league MVPs by 28. So now all of a sudden you are putting him in Michael Jordan categories already. So like that's the problem with resume building and the politicization of the MVP award. It should have been Jokic at least one of the last 2 years. So Shai should only have one right now. In my estimation, it should have been Jokic both years, but whatever. I think realistically, Wemby is the only guy that could stop it next year, even if the Thunder have some crazy season. The Spurs very easily could pace them win for win next year. And I think while they did anything they could to not give it to Jokic these last 2 years, I think they will then be doing anything they can to not give it to Shai next year. So the same things that were working in favor of Shai these last 2 years will now all of a sudden be working against him next year, because now it's his turn to have the voter fatigue and have cases just manufactured against him. I think Wembanyama and Luka Doncic will be afforded every advantage that they can get to get the MVP next year. To me, the favorite, big time, hefty favorite would be Victor Wembanyama, and then Luka would be lurking there in the background. Then a distant third maybe would be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But we'll see which way that goes. And quite frankly, we'll see. Look, because despite what people tell you, there absolutely unequivocally is people looking at resumes and playoff performances and having that factor into their voting. Like, why do you think after the first 2 MVPs that Jokic got, they wouldn't give him the one and gave it to Embiid instead? Because Jokic hadn't won anything in the playoffs and they didn't want a 3-time league MVP to have no rings. Then as soon as Jokic won when he won his first championship, they gave him another MVP. So, and now if Jokic had won another championship or 2 in the last couple of years, I think he would have his 4th league MVP, but he hasn't. So he doesn't. So if Shai, look, if he goes out and doesn't win this against a Spurs team that's ahead of schedule, then maybe that's going to work against Shai now moving forward even more into getting that 3rd league MVP. If Shai wins back-to-back finals MVPs and back-to-back championships, I think they're going to be more eager, the voters, to give him yet another league MVP and keep trying to build his resume. And if he does, I'm telling you, I've been saying it for 2 or 3 years, this will be 2 MVPs in a row, 2 finals MVPs, 2 championships, 3 30-point game average seasons, 2 back-to-back 60-win seasons for his team. There will be prime Jordan talk if they win the championship this year. There will be. There will be people that are passing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander beyond already Dwayne Wade, beyond Steph Curry, beyond, yes, even Kobe Bryant, and putting him right at the doorstep of Michael Jeffrey Jordan already if he gets a second championship this season. I speculated that this could happen like 2 years ago, and we are now arriving at that point in time, which is why I, of course, will be rooting for Gary's guy, Victor Wembanyama, and the San Antonio Spurs to try to put an end to this. And there is something, I don't have any shade against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I really don't. People think that I dislike SGA in some way. I don't. Just like, quite frankly, I really don't dislike Lamar Jackson. I don't even dislike LeBron James, to be honest with you. I hate how overrated those players are. Look, Shai, other than his outrageous fashion style and how ridiculous that whole team is, by the way, with their fashion style, that's all I'll say for now on that. Shai is, I think he's just a great player. I do. I think he is a very, very great player. I think he's a great leader. And I do not think he's one of these egotistical, insufferable, narcissistic guys that love his own press or tries to build his own press. I really respect and admire a lot about what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander does. But a second championship this year just makes him too damn overrated. And watching him now for like the better part of 3 years, I just don't think he deserves that ink. I don't think he deserves to be in that sentence with Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, and Steph Curry yet. I don't, and I don't want him there. But when I watch Victor Wembanyama, and I know how outrageous the pub is going to be on him and how crazy that his press is going to be if he wins the NBA championship this year at 22. But the thing is, when I watch Vic, I believe in him. Like I think he deserves that ink. I think that he is that good. I see a guy in Victor Wembanyama that does deserve and will merit top 10 all-time consideration if he can stay healthy. Like he has that level. He has that ability on both sides. He has that intangible level as well. He's just special to me. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is great. To me, he's not special. He's just a guy that has maximized his own potential, and credit to him for doing that. And other than that, he's just gotten extraordinarily lucky. He got traded from the Charlotte Hornets to the LA Clippers on draft night. And then 2 years later, he got traded from the Clippers to the Thunder. So like the guy just sailed under a lucky star to end up on this stacked team with Presti, building this behemoth monster that is arguably maybe the best team ever assembled, at least in terms of depth from 1 through 10. So I don't necessarily think Shai deserves all the credit Shai is going to get if Shai wins another championship right now. Whereas Victor Wembanyama, in my estimation, will. So that is why I will be rooting. No hate, no shame, no shade on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's just this dude doesn't belong to be in Kobe conversations, let alone passing Kobe. So, of course, I don't want to see that. And, of course, I'll be rooting for the Spurs in this next round. Jonas Weather is in next. What's up, my friend? Thank you very much, Gary. This is a short, quick one, so I'll take it. I'll actually take these next two because they're very short and quick. Little Game James. Yes, he did not play well from a standard box score statistical standpoint tonight, but the guy was a co-lead on plus minus tonight, plus 31 in only 36 minutes for Little Game James, though 9 points on 2 of 10 shooting and 0 of 6 from the three-point line, not necessarily inspiring any awe right now, nor is his triple single. 9 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds, but only 1 turnover. Okay, next in is Sir G 3366. Detroit basketball. Yeah, not Detroit's finest moment tonight. Not their, and look, I've never been a big Pistons fan, to be honest with you. I, of course, I was alive at the time, but too young to really remember them in the 80s. But being a big Jordan guy as I am now, historically speaking, I must dislike the Pistons because they were the villain, the main foil against Michael Jordan at the beginning of his career. So I didn't really like that team. Then, of course, the 2004 Pistons that beat my Lakers with Kobe and Shaq basically ended the Shaq-Kobe dynasty, blew that team up because of how badly they just smeared the Lakers in that series. So truth be told, never really been a very big fan of the Detroit Pistons, but I do like this team. I like the players on this team. I really like Cade Cunningham quite a lot. I like Bickerstaff. So I like this team. I'm going to root for this team moving forward. And like I said, while you can make fun of them and really call out everybody on the roster from top to bottom for this performance, ultimately, when you remove yourself, when you get a couple days, weeks out from it, I think you're going to look back and you could be proud of the season that Detroit had as a building block or a stepping stone kind of season. You can look at like Cleveland. Look, Cleveland did the same. Cleveland 64 wins last year. I thought they were the best team in the East actually last year. Things didn't go their way. Now here they are in the Eastern Conference Finals. Maybe Detroit can do the same thing. Use this as like a building block type moment and just get better moving forward into next season. They have a clean slate basically with their contracts from a contractual standpoint. Their books are pretty barren now at this point, especially if they void a lot of team options. So it's just a blank canvas. Go out and build, Detroit. And I think next year will end a lot differently in the playoffs for you. Next in, of course, great friend to me in the show, Stefan Piscano. Shout out to you, sir. Many thanks, obviously, for your continued support and generosity here. And shout out to Vacation Wealth Partners. Gary, what is the comment from Stefan tonight?
I stopped respecting the MVP 20 years ago. Like the name says, it's an award awarded to you by idiots. It's not something that can be won like a ring or scoring titles. Congrats, SGA entering historic Steve Nash territory.
Yeah, I think I made a video today about Shai stealing the league MVP, a second MVP. And I do compare him directly to Steve Nash, because when you look at the other guys' names, it is insane. The other guys that have won back-to-back league MVPs. I listed the names. I read the names off the top of my head. I think I got mostly all of them. But let me just pull it up just so I can get all 4 of them, or 14. There's 14 of them. The list is exactly, okay, wait, hang on. Sorry. Here's the list exactly. Bill Russell, Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Moses Malone, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Tim Duncan, LeBron James, Steph Curry, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Jokic, and LeBron. Did I say LeBron and LeBron James? Oh, and Steve Nash. So, like I said, the 14 cats that have achieved this, minus Steve Nash and now Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So 12 of these guys, 12 guys to me, 12 of these people are in the top 15 all time. So like, look what the voters did 20 years ago, because just to spite Kobe Bryant, just because they hated his guts, and just because they wanted to make a statement and a commentary that would echo throughout history, that now sitting back 20 years later, bums and scrubs on the internet and haters on various platforms like Bleacher Report could sit back and say, oh, well, Kobe only had the one MVP. Yes, because you colluded against him and conspired against him to rob him out of several MVPs. And as a result, you gave 2 to Steve Nash in a row. And now how does that look? How does it look now, 20 years later, when I read all of those names off and Steve Nash is in the mix? Not so good. So I compare that to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I did in a video today. I do think Shai is much better than Steve Nash. And I do think that Shai will ultimately go on to have a much better career than Steve Nash. Not saying Steve Nash had a bad career, but he certainly isn't top 25 all time. And yet back-to-back league MVPs would indicate that you are. So that's what they've done with Shai now all of a sudden. Shai is now in the running to be a top 15 all-time player because they hate Nikola Jokic so bad, because they fear him so much, because they just can't stand a world where he has 4 league MVPs or 5 league MVPs. So Joel Embiid has one now, and Shai has 2 back-to-back. So we'll see how well that ages. We'll see if Shai ages more like Steph Curry or more like Steve Nash. The verdict to me is still out. But Shai, as good as he is, because he is good. He's top. Look, he's better than Steve Nash ever was, because he's top 2 or 3 league wide, and Steve Nash wasn't ever top 2 or 3 league wide. And he has this ridiculously stacked team around him. So I would think that Shai would age more like Steph than Steve Nash. But the verdict is still very much out for now on that, and we'll see how this next series goes. All right, we've got Stephanie in next. What is up? Welcome back into you. She's on a run right now. She's been in every night in the sponsor area here in Skap Live After Dark, probably for like 3 or 4 straight nights. Thank you very much. I appreciate you so much. Gary, what is the question or comment from her?
Cavs first Eastern Conference Finals without LeBron since 1992.
Shout out to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cleveland! This is for you. It actually is for you, because when LeBron famously uttered that phrase after they won and beat the Warriors in 2015, 2016, he said it was for them, but it was really for him, because it was like 2 weeks later that he was sitting on a sofa on some podcast with Rich Paul next to him saying that one right there made me the GOAT. So it was really about him and for him. But this one is for Believeland. Great achievement by them. Again, shout out to James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, who I don't think were that instrumental tonight, but they were both on the floor tonight, and they both helped to get it done tonight. And Cleveland came back against all odds in my estimation. While I thought they were better and should win this series, I did not have them getting blown to pieces at home by 20 points, then going on the road 48 hours later and blowing the Pistons to pieces by 30. I did not have that on my bingo card, truth be told. So congratulations to the Cavs for showing resiliency and getting it done tonight, and moving on to, as Stephanie points out, their first Eastern Conference Finals appearance since 1992 without LeBron James, probably before she was even born, I would think. Hell, I was still pretty young back then at that point. I was like 8 or 9. I was like 8 years old or something like that then. So definitely probably well before she was born. So congratulations to you and your Cavaliers. Hopefully you don't ruin it and bring LeBron back in the offseason. And Gary, I think this probably ends the speculation too, that they will be getting rid of James Harden. I think however it goes, the rest of the way, now this playoff run, I think they've done enough to warrant the fact that James Harden will get extended there in the summer more than likely. And that will end the speculation, because I don't think LeBron fits very well with Harden and Mitchell. So people thinking LeBron to Cleveland, well, not so fast. I think it's probably LA or bust. He doesn't want to retire though. So maybe he'll go to Detroit. Maybe LeBron was just going to go to whoever lost tonight. If it's not going to be LA, I still put LA as the front runner in the clubhouse on that one. But Stephanie, thank you very much for being here, and congratulations to you and to your Cleveland Cavaliers. We've got Faction, Gary, help me out here. Is it Faction?
Faction St. Lou.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Faction St. Lou 485. Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Faction St. Lou 485. Gary, what does I'll just read this one real quick. It's quick. Pistons in 9. Unfortunately, Faction, these games are only best of 7. And quite frankly, if it went best of 9, I still don't think that the Pistons would have won, because I do believe that Cleveland, this is for you. I just think Cleveland is the better team. I thought Boston was the best team and the team to beat going into the playoffs. I think they shat themselves in egregious fashion in blowing a 3-1 series lead and losing 3 straight to the Philadelphia 76ers, who then got obliterated in historic fashion by the New York Knicks. So, I think this playoff series and the whole playoff run in the East looks markedly different if Boston didn't take in a lot of X-lax heading into their series. But look, that said, I think the Knicks now and the Cavs are the best teams in the East, not named Boston. So when Boston bowed out in the first round, wouldn't have surprised me in the least to see this being the reality of what we get in the Eastern Conference Finals. And I think even if this series did go to 9, Faction, I think Cleveland's still better and would have ultimately won this series. The Incorruptible is back in yet again. Gary, what is this next comment by him?
The process, will your next year Spurs beat OKC?
Oh, I think, okay, this is Gary. Actually, I should have read this, because you are actually the process. So this is actually a question directly to you. Gary, what say you? Should we just talk about, should we talk about this series? Should we talk about these series real quick before we get into the remainder of these comments? Gary, who do you like? Let's ease you in, Gary. We don't have to start with the Spurs. What's your gut feeling right now? Knicks, Cavs. What do you think?
Oh, Knicks. Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to be kind of a quick series? Or do you think the Cavs might get a couple?
There's no telling the Knicks, because they can always be good and they can underperform. So I wouldn't be surprised I wouldn't be surprised to see Donovan Mitchell go off for a game or two and the Knicks underperform, but I'd say Knicks in 5, maybe 6.
I like that, Gary. I like it. I think the Cavs are really good at home. Game 6 notwithstanding. I think the Cavs will get 2 in this series. I like Knicks 4-2, but I could see it being sort of like the Timberwolves Spurs series, where the games the Cavs get are tight and close, and the games the Knicks get are like blowouts. So like, while it will be a 6-game series, it won't feel that close because the differential is just going to be so crazy. Okay, so we both agree on that one. What's your gut feel? Winner, I know you've liked the Thunder in this series all year long if it got to this. Do you think the Spurs put up like a really tough fight, though, and take it like 7?
Oh, yeah. I think OKC is going to win. I think it's going to be in at least 6, but probably 7 if I had to guess. But what I'm honestly afraid of, and I think is likely going to happen, is that SGA is going to get some calls that's going to propel the Thunder to win. And I think the Spurs are going to feel cheated, and they're going to be pissed off in the offseason. And I think they're going to be out for blood come next year. To the Incorruptibles question, what do I think about next year? Well, I think if the Spurs are healthy next year, I think they're going to lose this year, and I think they're going to learn from it. And I can see them winning next year, but even if they have to go through one more year of learning, 28, I think. I could see OKC winning this year and possibly even three-peating, but by 28. And the reason I say that is because, like I said, we're going to draft some size in this upcoming draft. So we're still going to have, even though we're going to be good next year, we're going to still be gelling this team. We're going to filter some of the guys who aren't going to make it. Like, I expect Harrison Barnes to be gone, as well as a couple of other guys. And they're going to be learning how to work with the new guys they get in this upcoming draft. And I definitely think they'll be ready by 28 and possibly even be good enough, because they've already progressed 2 seasons in 1 season. Because the first half of this season, I was always talking about how every game they would have these long lapses. Like, they would go up by 20, 25 points against Brooklyn, against Toronto in the first half. And then in the fourth quarter, it'd be like tied up because they would go on these scoring droughts. But then they would win by like 3 or 4 points at the end. And all the Spurs fans are all happy because the Spurs won. But I'm like, but you can't have these lapses in the playoffs. Well, they progressed halfway through the season. They progressed in what they should have done in 2027. They progressed that much in 2026. So that's why I think by come 2027, they may be where they're supposed to be in 2028. But OKC is so historically deep, I could still see them, especially the AJ's emergence and working with SGA. So when SGA goes to the bench, you're going to have AJ Mitchell to deal with. So it's like it doesn't seem fair. But at the same time, when the Aaron Fox goes to the bench, you're going to have Dylan Harper to deal with. So I think that AJ Mitchell and Dylan Harper kind of cancel one another out. I'd say AJ's a little better right now, but I think by Dylan Harper's 3rd year, Dylan Harper has a higher ceiling to surpass AJ Mitchell. So yeah. I really just think that come 2028, the Spurs dynasty is going to officially begin with a championship. And it's possible they could do it. I give them a 50-50 chance next year. And I give them about a 25% chance this year in this series. I just think OKC's more experienced and in depth. And honestly, I think the refs are going to actually play a role in giving SGA a call. You're going to see some controversy in this series about the refs and SGA. But it just feels like he gets that whistle. And I think that's actually going to be what's going to propel the Thunder over the Spurs this year in 7.
Yeah, I think, look, my take on this series, I think the Thunder are going to be their best selves in this series because for the first time, look, we've seen them play down to their opponents oftentimes over the last 2 postseasons. And therefore, they're a bit of, you think they're not really that good because they're not even trying in half of these games. But like when they actually put their best foot forward and they are their best selves, they are frighteningly good. And I think that the Spurs will actually bring the best out of them in this series because they actually respect and fear the Spurs, unlike any other team that they've realistically seen in the last 2 postseason runs. So I think that they will be their best selves, but the Spurs are just really good. I think ultimately the Thunder's experience, their home court advantage, and their depth is just too much for the Spurs to overcome this year. I also like the Thunder in 7 in this one at home in Game 7 in a hard-fought Game 7. But the Spurs will be really good, and they will really show. Look, because I love movies and I compare everything to movies, I love the movie. It just came out at a time in my life where it was just like the movie itself might not be that good, but I loved it when it came out because I was like, like a gym meathead type guy. And I just graduated. It was my first year out of college when the movie came out. I was still living at Penn State, main campus where I went to college, when the movie The 300 came out with Gerard Butler. And there's this scene where, he's meeting with Xerxes in the film, Xerxes is offering him this great deal. All he has to do is bow to him and he's going to give, Leonidas all of these things. And Leonidas obviously insults him and makes a joke of him and his offer. And Xerxes says something along the lines of, there will be no honor in this defeat. There will be nothing, no memories of you. Like I will have like every statue, I will have everything torn down of you. There will be history will never remember you, basically. And Leonidas's answer to him was that history will remember throughout time, like that free men stood against a tyrant. And then ultimately his final line was, and before this war is over, they will know that even a god can bleed. Basically, like that even Xerxes will, and then he does actually like throw a spear and it like catches Xerxes in the mouth and he drops blood, basically. So that's what I think of in this upcoming series, that the Spurs, while they may not win, they will make the Thunder bleed. They will sweat in this series, and the Spurs will really show that they are a game force now moving forward, starting next year, really, for several years to come. I think the Spurs would be my favorite for next year. Go ahead, Gary.
One thing I'll throw in, if the referees don't call bogus fouls and they let Stephon Castle and this little rookie, Carter Bryant, guard SGA, that is the path to the Spurs winning. But when Castle breathes on SGA, if they're calling a bunch of fouls, and Castle, watch for Castle to be in foul trouble a lot. Him getting 4 and 5 fouls, maybe even fouling out of some of these games, because he's going to be guarding SGA closely. He's going to be making SGA uncomfortable. And if the refs don't call bogus fouls, Castle's going to make SGA, the MVP, a non-factor. And Carter Bryant actually would too. SGA is not going to blow up on Castle or Carter Bryant even. Because I think Carter Bryant may even be the second best defender on that team as a rookie. So if they call it fair, the Spurs have I'd say the Spurs have a 50-50 shot if they call it fair. But I think the refs are going to give SGA a bunch of BS calls and put Castle in foul trouble. Like I said, I think the Spurs are going to be pissed the F off after this series. All offseason, they're going to have that sour taste in their mouth of the officiating.
Yeah, the Spurs, look, they have a special team build right now. Like they've got like Wembanyama is, I mean, the defense in the video that I made today about why Jokic is the MVP, or Wemby, honestly, to me, over Shai, like Nikola Jokic is all-time separator offensively. Like he's an all-time igniter on that side of the ball. And Wembanyama is that on defense. Like in the regular season this year, the Spurs they allowed like 116 per 100 possessions defensively when Wemby wasn't on the floor, which is average. It's like a little below average. With Wemby on the floor, they were like 106 per 100 possession. He was like a 10 point per 100 possession difference. Like that would have been the best number in the league. And like same deal in the playoffs. They allow like 108 in the postseason without him on the floor, 98 with him on the floor. So like the fact that they've got that dude that could do that defensively, and he can get you like 25 and 11 too. But then they've got 3 initiators offensively too. Like Stephon Castle, Gary, I know you're a little hot and cold on De'Aaron Fox, and I understand he's a little older. He doesn't fit the timeline, and he's not a great defensive player. So I understand why you don't think he fits quite right on that team. But he is like a great offensive initiator. So is Stephon Castle. And
he's a threat.
Yeah.
He's a legitimate threat that makes defenses focus. You can't ignore De'Aaron Fox, even if he's cold. And that is the upside of keeping him for the next few years, is he's always going to be that threat to score.
Absolutely. And then Harper he's a great igniter offensively off the bench too. And like the fact that you have those 3 dudes who like you can get in isolation or they can initiate things, like that's a special pairing of a team and they do have some good perimeter defenders. Stephon Castle, look, he's bigger, stronger, faster, you could say, even than SGA. Like he's just a better athlete. Like, and I don't know, he gives him trouble. And then when you've got Wemby like clogging the lane, and the fact that every time he sees Chet Holmgren, he's like a bull seeing red. Like this team, like I don't know, they could compete. They're going to make this series very interesting. I think like it is going to live up. I really do. I think it's going to live up to all the expectations and everything people have been waiting for like months to see. Like, I think this is really going to live up to expectations. And regardless of which way it goes, the Spurs, to me, like, I think they'll be, to me, the favorites next year, and Wemby will be the favorite to win the MVP. And like, he could have a crazy coming out year. Like, as good as he's been this year, Gary, if he comes out and goes DPOY back-to-back, MVP, and wins the championship and the finals MVP at 23, oh my God. Like, what a statement that would make. Like, the unanimous best player in the NBA at 23 years of age. Like, we will have never seen, I don't think we will have ever seen a dude at that age be considered like a pretty strong unanimous case for best player alive. So that I mean, it's going to be an interesting series, but then moving forward into next season, like, this is just going to be a special rivalry for many years to come, I think, the Thunder and the Spurs. But there you have it. Gary and I pretty much see eye to eye. We basically agree Knicks in 6-ish and Thunder in 7. So we'll see, which would set up, obviously, the Knicks and the Thunder in the finals. But a lot to be said by these 2 other teams before we get to that point. Game 1 starts tomorrow in the West, and then game 2 will be on Tuesday for the East. Next, we've got Sir G3366 back in. Gary, I'll take this one because I love saying it. Cleveland, this is for you. Just cracks me up every time because LeBron, of course, he was like crying and he yelled that when they won, when they beat the Warriors, when they came back from the 3-1 deficit. And of course, again, it wasn't for Cleveland. It was all for the glorification of LeBron James and his massive ego. Because it was like a few weeks later where he said that one right there made him the GOAT. Our player 77 is in next. Welcome into you, our player. Thank you so much for being here tonight with us. Gary, what's the comment from our player?
Damn Detroit basketball, Scott. How did James Harden go to that gym tonight and win? This man is 8 wins away from winning a chip. I am stunned tonight.
Look, he's been here before, and he's been close before, remember. I want to say it was the West Finals when he was in a game 7, I want to say, against the Kevin Durant Golden State Warriors, actually. It would have been what, 2018 NBA playoffs, I do believe. Let me take a quick look here. It was game 7 of the 2018 NBA Finals. Rockets at home in game 7 against the Golden State Warriors. And so, look, that was the Kevin Durant and Steph Curry Golden State Warriors in the second year they won the chip. Those guys played all 7 games. This wasn't the year that KD was sitting some of that series out or whatever, or Steph Curry was hurt. Those guys played all 7, and they were taken 7 by little game James Harden, who, I mean, played a relatively good series, but in game 7, that game at home in Houston, game 7, the Rockets were actually up at halftime. They were up 12 points at halftime. Think that over. Little game James, 12-point lead on that Golden State super team with KD and Curry at home in game 7 of the West Finals. Likely would have went on and won the NBA championship. Little game, though he probably would have just choked in the finals had he done it. But so he's been closer before. He was closer that year. In that game, by the way, they came out and got blitzed by the Warriors 33-14 in the third quarter of that game in Houston in game 7. And in that third quarter, where they got absolutely annihilated and the series, the game was over and the series ended too. Little game James, baby. He went into the locker room as James Harden, but he came out of the locker room as little game James Harden, playoff pants pooper extraordinaire. 2 of 7, 6 points, minus 20 for him in that third quarter. In the second half alone, in the fourth quarter, he did some stat pattery in that fourth quarter, but the game was over after that third quarter, and it was little game James who did it coming out of the locker room in that one. So don't worry, Jimbo ain't going to sniff. I don't think he gets by this next round, but if he does, he'll be 4 wins away in the NBA Finals. I believe his first NBA Finals appearance since like 2012, back when it was the Thunder and Russ and KD, when basically you could blame James Harden for losing that series to the Heat. That, and as Gary would have you know, the officiating and stuff and the calls that went in the favor of LeBron James. But also little game James, who was 6th man of the year that year, crapped himself in that series. And actually Kendrick Perkins came out years later and blamed the Miami strip clubs for why James Harden choked in that series as the 6th man of the year in 2012. This will be his first time back in the final series since that 14 years ago. Unbelievable how time flies. Stump 4522 is in next. What's up, Stump? Welcome into you. Gary, what is the comment from Stump, a regular for us? And thank you, Stump, so much for your support.
I'm taking my talent and my son to Cleveland next season. LeBron James, 41 years old, in his 24th season.
You know, I don't see it. I really don't. I just don't think he can go, especially, look, if they get blown out by New York, maybe. If Cleveland loses in like 6 or 7, and it's a hard-fought series, or if they win, I don't see any way LeBron can go to Cleveland then. But we'll see. We'll see how bad this series goes for them against the Knicks, or how bad it goes for them if they get into the finals, excuse me. We'll see. I think LeBron can't be seen to be joining a team that's really, really close, I don't think. That's why I think maybe whoever wins but loses this series between the Knicks and the Cavs, possibly maybe he could go to that one team. I think the Cavs lose. We'll see. The Knicks would be a good team. I think a young team on the come up that lost in the second round. He could kind of say, look, they were good, but they're still far away. They lost in the second round. Let me go and teach those young kids how to do it. I think there would be a narrative in that for him. Or maybe, I guess, if the Cavs look horrible in this game tonight, or in this series that's upcoming, maybe he can make the same kind of a commentary or narrative swing on that. But I don't know. I really do favor the Lakers at this point. I think the Lakers have to be seen as the leader in the clubhouse to retain the geriatric services moving forward next year. Plus, Bronny James is still likely. I don't know that they're going to be able to get a trade or grease a trade or facilitate a trade to somewhere for Bronny in addition to the signing of LeBron. So, he wants to stay and play with Bronny in LA. So I feel like that is still his top option. The real question is, do the Lakers want him, and how little is LeBron willing to take to stay with the Lake Show? Because he's going to have to take a big cut in salary moving forward to make it happen. All right, next, and we've got Will N8664, who is a regular here in the sponsor area of the Skap Live After Dark. But this is an extremely generous donation from Will N tonight in particular. So, Will, shout out to you. Many thanks for sponsoring the show as you typically do, and just for being here in general to support us. I greatly appreciate you, sir. Gary, what is the comment from Will N?
I feel the saying, don't hate the player, hate the game, might apply to SGA. Current NBA crap, he is a free throw merchant and might not be deserving of the MVP due to a stacked OKC. However, SGA seems like a grounded guy and not an ego-driven diva like Bron or KD.
I mean, Will, I totally agree with all of this, quite frankly. And I do say it a lot. I mean no hate or shade or disrespect to SGA. I like a lot of things about him, and I respect him as a player, and I respect his game. And look, he kind of came out of nowhere, really. There's some Kobe parallels. I mean, he was drafted by Charlotte, I think 13th over. Was he the 13th overall pick? 11th. So he was the 11th. Kobe was the 13th. Shai was drafted 11th overall by Charlotte. Kobe was 13th overall by Charlotte. The Hornets traded Kobe on draft night to LA, and the Hornets traded Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on draft night to LA. Granted, two different LA teams, the Clippers and the Lakers. But then Shai was playing in LA. He played well in his first year, but they traded Shai away then to Oklahoma City, and he's done nothing but work hard, keep his nose clean, keep his head down, and be a straight classy pro. And I respect a lot of things about him, and I respect a lot about his game. With that said, again, it's no hate. It's just a matter of he's on the cusp of being extraordinarily overrated. Because with this MVP and with the championship, if he gets it this year, people are going to be moving him past Kobe Bryant already and talking about him and Jordan. And that, quite frankly, is wild to me. It's just crazy early, crazy overrated for him. So trust me, I don't hate the player, but I do hate the overratedness of him right now at this point. So I got to, unfortunately, root against him moving forward, which I certainly will. And I will continue to make hit pieces on him, which aren't hit pieces at all. It's just me trying to put into context what's going on and why I don't think he deserves comparisons or analogies with these other guys like Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan or even Steph Curry yet at this point. Okay, we've got John O'Ratcliffe is in next. Welcome in, John, to you. Thank you very much for your continued presence here in the sponsor area and just for being here all the time. Again, all of the regulars that come out here, I really am flattered and thankful to have you guys. Still around 700 people here. It's an hour. We're hitting an hour and a half mark now, about 90 minutes in the show. We're over midnight here on the East Coast of the USA, and we've still got nearly 700 here in the live. In the waters here that are always warm in Skap Live After Dark. So shout out to all of you guys. Gary, what's the question or comment from John?
I saw things today I never should have seen a man do without a woman around. My eyes need bleach. How does the wedding singer song go? Somebody, me, please.
Well, John, I really am glad because this is a family show here. By and large, that is. We try to keep it pretty clean. So I'm glad. Thank you, John, for not going into further detail of what exactly your eyes saw. And then as to your wedding singer, because you guys know I'm a big movie guy. I love movies. Let me just put this guy. Let me lay this on you, because I am also these two guys came up in my era of film, so I grew up like with them around and their movies being coming out and being on around me. I don't like Adam Sandler and I don't like Jim Carrey. So I have not seen several of their movies. Like I've never seen The Truman Show, though truth be told, I love this Truman Show gif with Ed Harris with the beret on, where he's like a technical director and he's feeding what they should do to the Truman character next. And now this gif is exploding all over my timeline with various things that, it's like a picture of Ed Harris with the beret on and certain things that, that are being done or whatever. And I think they're absolutely hilarious. If you know what I'm talking about. Those things absolutely crack me up. I know of the movie, even though I've never seen it, but never saw that movie. Didn't see Man on the Moon or whatever. Didn't see Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Like didn't see a lot of the Jim Carrey film. Didn't see Me, Myself, and Irene. And I have also not seen a ton of Adam Sandler films. I love Billy Madison and I love Happy Gilmore. I also liked the movie Bulletproof, a random Adam Sandler film with Damon Wayans in it. Love that movie. And then he did a movie, Something Gems. I can't think of the name of it's. Gary, can you help me with the name of that one? If you know?
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems, where I thought he was terrific in that film, and I really liked that movie a lot. Other than that, I pretty much steer away from Adam Sandler films. Gary, Wedding Singer is an Adam Sandler movie, right? I'm not just making that up, right? Okay. But I have not seen that movie. So I do not get the reference actually, John, because I don't like Adam Sandler. So, or Jim Carrey. So, and quite frankly, I'm not to me, comedies are like the least respected genre of film, but they're also arguably the hardest movie to do well. I think I'm not a big fan of comedies. I like comedies. I like older comedies personally. There's not many post 2000s comedies that I like. There's a couple that come to mind that I think are really hilarious that I can watch over and over again from the 2000s. But just to give you a quick idea, my favorite comedies are like my favorite two comedies by far without comparison is Caddyshack and Coming to America. I'm a big fan of 80s Eddie Murphy. So like Trading Places, Coming to America, Beverly Hills Cops. Loved Eddie. I think Eddie Murphy is the GOAT stand-up comedian. Eddie Murphy Raw, to me, the best stand-up set of all time still, in my estimation. And then Caddyshack is just an amazing, legendary film. So like those are, other than that, like I'm not a big Will Ferrell fan. I didn't like the early 2000s, though I do like some of his stuff. Some like Anchorman I thought was really funny. I liked the movie Old School, Step Brothers. And then I'm gonna lose. I can't think of the name, Gary, and I hate that I can't think of the name. Role Models is such an underrated, funny 2000s comedy to me, starring Paul Rudd and Sean William Scott, where they're two guys that get sentenced to like be big brothers. And the movie is so funny. The first time I saw it, I laughed like the whole way through the movie. So those are just a few 2000s comedies that I really do enjoy. But other than that, I'm more of an older school 80s kind of comedy guy. Anyway, sorry to get off on that tangent, John. This is your fault, John O'Radcliffe, because again, I must, full disclosure, do not like Adam Sandler. We've got Stump 45 2022 in next. Gary, I'll take this one real quick because it's short. Tobias Harris over me. Again, if you guys do not know that reference or get it, it was, look, Famously, there was a team, the 76ers, when they were trusting the process. It was Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, and Jimmy Butler. And the Sixers had to make a decision of whether they were going to keep Tobias Harris or Jimmy Butler. And there was other things that went into the decision because Jimmy Butler was butting heads with Ben Simmons. But they ended up going in a direction of Tobias Harris. And then those two teams played each other in the postseason years later. And as Jimmy Butler was walking off the court after one of the games, probably the elimination game, a hot mic caught him saying, "Tobias Harris over me," as he was like laughing his ass off walking into the locker room. So that is the Tobias Harris over me reference, in case you guys don't get why I say that all the time. Okay, we've got KCJXXX is in next with no question or comment. I don't know if that was a mistake or not. Gary, just keep an eye on the live chat. If KCJXXX had something that they wanted to say or ask or whatever. Otherwise, thank you very much for just your generous donation and just supporting us in the show tonight. I appreciate you, sir. Next in, or I guess, I don't know, sir or ma'am. Thank you very much. Next in, Marcus Taylor, 6829. Marcus, welcome in, my friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. And thank you for providing us with this question or comment, which looks to be about Kobe. So, Gary, go ahead and read this one from Marcus, and I will keep an eye if the other guy wants to come in with a question or comment, but I don't see anything yet.
Are you a Lakers fan, or do you just like Kobe?
Primarily, I just like Kobe. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I talk about that often on here. I was a huge NBA basketball fan from a very young age. Very rare for someone growing up in Pittsburgh because it's all about the Steelers, the Penguins, and that's pretty much it. To a much lesser degree, the Pirates, because they've stunk for so many years. But it's mainly about the Steelers first and foremost, then the Penguins. And basketball is just an afterthought there. No one cares about basketball. We don't have a basketball team. We never have. I loved Michael Jordan. So growing up, I was looking for a guy that could be my next favorite player after Michael Jordan retired, because I knew he was on his way out. I grew up in the 90s, so I knew Michael Jordan retired in the middle of me being a kid and like kind of just getting into basketball. So I knew that he was probably going to retire again pretty soon again after he came back for the second three-peat. So I stumbled upon Kobe Bryant, saw his McDonald's High School All-American game, which was in Pittsburgh, by the way, coincidentally, in 1996 when he was a senior in high school. And I was like, well, that kid is going to be probably my favorite player. Wherever he goes, that dude is the next Jordan. So I became a massive diehard Kobe fan. He is still to this day, by far, without comparison, my favorite athlete of all time. It's him, and then everybody else. Whoever is two is a very, very distant two to Kobe Bryant. And I became a Laker fan by extension, which I am still somewhat a Laker fan just reflexively, because I grew up, I was 12 or 11 when he came into the league, something like a 10 or 11. So like and just being a Laker fan by extension of Kobe for 20 years while I was growing up, I am reflexively still a Laker fan, but I am forced to hate them with LeBron on the team. I will likely go back to at least hoping they do well once they shed the weight of His Highness, which will hopefully be, for me and for other struggling Laker fans in recess, hopefully will be this summer. But I'm not optimistic about that anymore. I think likely LeBron will be back next year for a year 24 in purple and gold. All right, we've got Mixo Myths is in next. Welcome in, Mixo. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Gary, what's the question or comment from Mixo?
Skap, is it safe to say get ready for the next 10 to 12 years of Spurs Thunder Western Conference Finals matchups?
Well, you never want to say 10 to 12 years. That's a lot. Like sports comes at you quickly. Life comes at you quickly, but not as fast as sports in many instances. And you can go from a contender to ass in a blink of an eye. Like in 2023, when the Denver Nuggets, for instance, went 16-4 through the playoffs, 16-4. They lost 4 games in the playoffs. Nikola Jokic averaged 30, 14, and 9 in the postseason on 56% shooting. Jamal Murray averaged like 26 and 6 on 50% shooting. Looked like the second coming of Shaq and Kobe in the early 2000s, and they haven't sniffed another championship since. Also, let me attract your attention to the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have been to 2 back-to-back Western Conference finals coming into these playoffs. You think like they're right there in the mix. Maybe they're just Oklahoma City only above them coming into this postseason potentially. And they get completely owned by the Spurs. Totally and thoroughly outclassed in every way and just beat to shit by San Antonio. And now San Antonio very well might just go lose to Oklahoma City. So now it looks like the Timberwolves are done too. Like, so things, look, it comes at you very quickly. Same with the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis Antetokounmpo, who won a championship at 26 or 27. He hasn't even been out of the first round since, I don't think. So, and that was like 6 years ago. So you never want to say 10 or 12 years, but I would say for at least the next half decade, yeah. Like the Spurs and the Thunder are going to run the entire NBA and obviously by extension, the Western Conference. And look, if someone came back in a time machine from 12 years in the future and said, Victor Wembanyama has 5 rings now, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has 5 rings. And it was like a Kobe Duncan 2000s run. If someone came back in time and told me that, it wouldn't surprise me at all. But just assuming 10 to 12 years, look, a lot can happen. Victor can get hurt. Maybe Jalen Williams has played. Look, he's been hurt all year. He's hurt now in the playoffs. Maybe he gets hurt, and they owe him $50 million a year for the next 4 years, or $40 million a year for the next 4 years straight. So, like, they're going to have to let other guys go in lieu of him. And if he's not available or significantly injured throughout most of the next couple years, who knows? Like, you never say forever in sports because things change in the blink of an eye. They really do. But yes, these two teams are so well built. They're so well insulated. They have elite stars, and those stars are very well insulated by elite role players and a very well-built roster that makes sense around them and in the context of this modern age that we're in the NBA. So yes, more than likely, these two teams, good luck to the rest of the NBA. Like, if you're a fan of any of the other 28 teams, like, just get ready to not win much of anything over the next several years. All right, we've got Xavier DeGod is in next, probably the first of several, as he is prone to do when he does get in here. He does typically post a lot. So, Gary, let's get the first of what I'm sure will be many from Xavier.
Spurs versus OKC, Cavs versus Knicks. I wanted this.
It's very good. It's arguably the 4 best teams in the NBA, inarguably probably the 2 best teams in the conferences, though again, I still think Boston, if they could have pulled their heads out of their asses, I think they would have probably been here, but whatever. They choked, they crumbled, and the Cavs and the Knicks are very worthy teams to both be here, I think, in my estimation. Very talented teams and teams that were built and structured for this moment. And then by far, without doubt, you've got the Spurs and the Thunder, who are the best teams in the West and probably the best 2 teams in the NBA at this point. So, Xavier, I'm with you. This is, I think this is very good for the NBA. And I think we've got two very good series now coming up over the next 2 weeks, week and a half, or whatever it is. And it's going to be like every other day. So just hopefully we're going to get 2 really good series and compelling things for us to talk about here in Skap Live After Dark. Next in, Giuseppe DeRosa, another regular. Thank you, Giuseppe. Welcome back to you. Welcome in, I should say, as always. Gary, what's the question or comment from Giuseppe? And maybe there will be more from Giuseppe as well, but let's go and get this first one at least.
What do you say to those who say LeBron James better than Mamba?
Well, Giuseppe, it's quite simple, quite frankly. Well, first of all, I've said a lot because I have probably, like 50 hours maybe worth of videos devoted to that very topic, but I can summarize it pretty succinctly. Kobe Bryant is a better scorer, a better defender, and a better winner than LeBron James. Kobe Bryant had less help than LeBron James against better competition, and he won more in less time than LeBron. For those reasons, and pretty simplistically, those reasons alone primarily, I think it's ridiculous that anybody would have LeBron James over Kobe Bryant. Like he won the most difficult rings, basically. Kobe Bryant not only played harder competition than LeBron. Kobe Bryant faced the hardest playoff competition of any player in NBA history, and he did it with relatively not a lot of help. People always talk about Shaq. That's one guy. Look at the rosters otherwise. Derek Fisher, the third best player on those title runs with Shaq. Like Derek Fisher, an 8-point career NBA scorer in 19 years, who never made one single All-Star, one All-NBA, one All-NBA defense, nothing. The most decorated year Derek Fisher had was when he finished like 18th in Sixth Man of the Year voting. That was the third best player. So yes, he had Shaq, but what else? And he won 3 rings in a row with Shaq. How easy is it to win 3 rings? Not very. They're the only team to do it this century. The last team to do it was Jordan's Bulls, and there's only been 3 teams to do it in the modern era. There's only been 3 teams to do it since the 60s. Jordan's Bulls twice, Shaq and Kobe. And then Kobe it really was Jordan-esque what Kobe did with Gasol. He said, I am so far and away the best player in the NBA in 05, 06, 07. I am so much better than everybody else, but my team is straight and sheer ass. You just give me one fringe all-star, and I will win every year. And he did. He took Gasol 3 straight finals, won back-to-back, and really dominated the NBA for a 3-year stretch with Gasol, with just Gasol, basically. So much more difficult rings for Kobe. And again, much less time for Kobe ultimately than LeBron, and he won more. And his peak is better than LeBron's to me. The best scorer in the NBA by far, who was playing all NBA first team defense for like 10 years. Like, to me, it's really not that close. It really isn't. I've got Kobe at 2 and LeBron at like 10. So like, to me, it's really not that close. But most people have that reverse. Most people have LeBron at 2 and Kobe like 10, 11, 12, something like that. Just sheer madness to me, Giuseppe. All right, Xavier back in again. Go ahead with this Wemby specific question, Gary, or comment, I should say.
MVP is a regular season award. Wemby was robbed.
Yeah, I mean, I still look, if I had a vote, all the things I watch, all the things I study and research, I would have voted for Nikola Jokic this year. But I think my ballot likely would have been Jokic, then Wemby. So I think I would have had those 2 guys. And look, if you want to just go with who wins the most games, well, it was a 2-game difference between the Spurs and the Thunder. 64 games to 62. And Jokic won 54. So it's like last year, look, I get it. 18 games is a big difference. Even though Jokic was much better than Shai last year, and I think he still deserved it last year, I understand. 18 games is pretty big. Like Jokic won 50 last year and Shai won 68. But 64 to 54, not that big of a gap to me. So, but like it's still too big, well, 64 to 62 is not too big. And I think Wemby and all the value added metrics, much better than Shai. The net swing, the on-off, like Wemby was much more impactful. So I would have probably gone Wemby over Shai too. We'll see. Look, if Shai wins this year against Wemby, just like what happened last year when Shai beat Jokic, people are going to say, "Oh, see, he is the MVP." See, it doesn't look. This is for the real MVP, and Shai showed. That's what they're going to say, just like they said about Jokic last year. Ridiculous. If Wemby loses this year, just like when Jokic lost last year, it doesn't prove anything other than Shai has a better team. However, if Wemby wins this year, just like if Jokic had won last year, that is a damning commentary against Shai to me. That would be Wemby ripping this series off of Shai as the favored team, as a back-to-back champion. That would really go a far way to me in delegitimizing Shai's regular season MVP this season if Wemby wins the award or wins this series rather. Okay, Xavier back in again, back-to-backs. Go ahead with this one, Gary.
Steve Nash was cheated out of a ring in 2007.
Yeah, I think he's probably referencing that was the series against San Antonio, Gary. Was that 07 when there was the fight?
I thought it was 05. I thought it was 05 because 07 I thought that we caught a break by playing the Warriors because they upset the number 1 seeded Mavericks. And then we played the Derek Fisher Utah Jazz. And then we met, the very young LeBron in the finals. So I think that Steve Nash Suns was 2005. And then we went on to beat the Pistons in the championship, barely.
Well, they did play the Spurs in 05, but they also played them in 07. The series in 05 was only 5 games. And those players played those games. So it couldn't have been 05 because they played the full series. Let me check the 07 series. That was a 6-game series, and
I'm pretty sure that Suns Spurs series went 7 games. The one with Robert Horry checked Steve Nash, and then the benches cleared, and Suns players got suspended. Because I believe the Suns had taken a 3-2 lead. I think.
I thought it was a 7-gamer. I thought it was a 7-gamer as well, Gary. But it has to have been 07.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to have been. Because it was, and Stoudemire, Stoudemire was the one that was suspended, right?
Right, and that helped us. Maybe the series was 2-2, and then the suspensions, and we won games 5 and 6. Maybe that's what happened. I do remember the game 1, Tony Parker getting a gash on his forehead, and he was outplaying Steve Nash when his forehead was bandaged up. I think it was that season, that series.
So the Spurs won game 1. They lost game 2. Then the Spurs won game 3. They lost game 4. So it was a 2-2. And then they won game 5, 88-85 in Phoenix in a game that Amari Stoudemire was suspended and Boris Diaw was suspended. So that is and they won. And it was still only a 3-point win for the Spurs. So look, likely to this comment by Xavier, likely that probably would have been 3-2 Phoenix. But then look, there was still 2 more games to go. The Spurs then won the next game in San Antonio, a game where Amari Stoudemire and Diaw played. So, and look, Stoudemire played big that game. 38 points, 14 of 28 shooting, 12 rebounds. So, I mean, a massive game by him. The best player on the floor, although Ginobili was massive off the bench in that game, 33 points on 11 of 17. I'm not ready to say that the Suns unequivocally win the series if those suspensions don't happen, Xavier. Also, that was only the second round of the playoffs. So you never know. Probably look, if the Suns do win that, it was the Jazz in the Western Conference Finals. So probably the Suns would have beaten the Jazz and then went into the finals against the Cavaliers. I don't know, though. I'm glad that didn't happen. Like, what if LeBron would have won that series against? I'm glad that it was the Spurs that got there. I don't know that the Suns would have beaten the Cavs because the Cavs were an elite defensive unit that year. And I don't know that they would have had the defensive personnel or theory to shut down LeBron like the Spurs did. So I'm actually glad that the Suns didn't get there, Xavier. And again, say what you will, Steve Nash has no NBA championships. He does have 2 league MVPs, though. And he has 2 back-to-back league MVPs. Or a back-to-back league MVP, despite the fact, I believe he has 3 top 5 MVP finishes, I want to say, in his entire career. Steve Nash, 18-year playing career. He was All-NBA first team 3 times in a row. And he finished top 3 in year-end league MVP vote 3 times. That's it. 3 times in 18 years. And that dude has 2 league MVPs in 3 top 5 finishes. His best finish otherwise was 8th in 2010. And Kobe Bryant's running around out here with 11 top 5 finishes with only 1 MVP. It's sickening to me. It really does. It is one of the biggest travesties in all of sports history that Kobe Bryant has just 1 league MVP. It's a joke. All right, Jamos is in next. Welcome in, Jamos. Appreciate you. Gary, what's the question or comment from Jamos?
Little game James Larden is back in the conference finals for the first time since 2018. Early congrats to the Knicks for making it to the finals.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if the Knicks don't get over the Cavs and get to the NBA Finals. And we talked, Jamos. Hopefully you're still on, and you were on when we talked about it. I talked about that 2018 Western Conference Finals they were in against the super team juggernaut Golden State Warriors, the Durant Curry Warriors. The second year they were on the run. Taken 7 by James Harden. They were up 12. The Rockets were at halftime in Houston in Game 7 to beat that Golden State team. So see, people say, "Oh, LeBron got swept that year in the finals by that Golden State team," and people are like, "Oh, well, he got swept, but nobody could have beaten that team. That team was unbeatable." Blah. James Harden took them 7 and had them down 12 at halftime in Game 7. So please spare me the LeBron James excuses. But yes, Jamos, that, of course, James Harden couldn't help but choke in the second half of that series, or that Game 7. Predominantly, he choked in the third quarter, where they got outscored by 20 points when he was on the floor in that third quarter and scored 6 points on 2 of 7 shooting. Little game James, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see if in his first conference finals appearance in 8 years now since that one, we'll see if it's any different this round in this series against these Knicks. But to your point, Jamos, I highly doubt it. All right, James Cav 81 is in next. James, welcome in. And congratulations to your Knicks. Gary, what does he have to say about his Knicks?
Excited about my Knicks, but still cautiously optimistic. A lot of heartbreak over the years, LOL.
Yeah, James, I'm going to say this. You're not going to get a better look than this, I don't think. Like, Boston's going to do something in the offseason to get better. The Pistons are going to do something to get much better, in my estimation, in the offseason. So you're going to have Boston and Detroit. Detroit, who won 60 already, and Boston, who was a 50-plus win team, missing Jason Tatum for much of the year, and then whatever the hell they did in the playoffs with that choke job. But you're not going to get a better look with the role that the Knicks have been on and the fact that Cleveland does have some chokers on that team, primarily James Harden. It's going to be tough to think that you can get a better look than this. Now, unfortunately, there are just beasts in the West that are coming if you do get through. But you at least can get into the NBA Finals for the first time this century, a century which is 26 years long now. The first time since 1999. So you must simply capitalize, James. I'm rooting for you. I think you will do it, but you can take nothing for granted, obviously, when you've got the New York Knicks and the several years of heartache and misery that you've been through. I understand that. All right, Xavier is back in. Go ahead with Xavier's latest, Gary.
If Popovich was still coach, are Spurs champs already?
I don't know. Hard to say. I like Johnson a lot. I think he's a great young coach. I think Pop just didn't have – he just ran out of steam. And I don't want to say the game passed him by, but the game is definitely different like now than it was than when he was coaching. And, I mean, you just got to think about the energy that you need to have to be a coach in the NBA. Like, I mean, he's an old guy. And, like, he had health issues and stuff. So, I mean, if you're asking me if like prime Greg Popovich at like 45 years of age could just magically transport himself and coach this team, I don't know. Still probably not. This is a very young team. Maybe they would win this year, maybe, if it was like a fresh 45-year-old Greg. But I can't necessarily assume that or infer that. And I really do. Mitch Johnson, right, Gary? Shout out, right? That's your guys, right? Mitch Johnson. I want to make sure I get his name right. Shout out to Mitch Johnson. Great young coach. Fantastic. I really like him. And I think he's should get coach of the year votes this year, quite frankly. So no, I don't think that you would have been champs already with Popovich. And I think Mitch has him on about the same footing and the same, pace that I think that Popovich likely would have had them on. So no disrespect to Mitch at all. All right. Next in is Retro Frontier 86. Cool name. Cool handle there. I like it. Retro Frontier. And welcome into you. Welcome to the sponsor area here. Much thanks, Gary. What's the question or comment from Retro Frontier 86? Solid handle.
Do you think OKC will come out strong in game one, or do you think they'll be rusty and too complacent for the Spurs? New fan, by the way. Love the LeBron videos.
Thank you, Retro Frontier. Always very thankful and grateful to get a new person in here and a new follower, subscriber, whatever. I'm very grateful to have you on board here with me. It's on the Skap train. Thank you very much. And frankly, I don't know what to expect. I think that the Thunder will come out strong for game one. I don't think they'll be rusty and too complacent. I really do think the Spurs will bring the best out of the Oklahoma City Thunder because they got a good look at them in the regular season. And I know that those wins happened a long time ago. Shai didn't play in the fourth win they got, Shai didn't play in. And then the other time they played since then, Shai did play and they blew the Spurs out by 20. So I know those wins when they were 3-1 head-to-head, the Spurs were against the Thunder with Shai in there in a 4-game span. I know those things happened a long time ago in December. But look, the Thunder got a good look at them then. And they know what this team is. And I think the Spurs were really the team that needs to be credited for derailing the Thunder's run. I think the Thunder were going to win 75 games this year. They were 24-1, and the Spurs came out and just punched them in the damn mouth and went head-to-head with them and just snatched their soul a little bit in a 2-week span in December. And I think that sent the Thunder reeling to a point where they were like 6-6 in a 12-game span during that time. And that just completely derailed their run and their quest for history to win 74 games. So I don't think that the Thunder are going to take the Spurs for granted at all. I think they are afraid of them. And I think that fear will make them play on edge and be their best selves. With that said, the Spurs are just a tough matchup for Oklahoma City. And I don't know what to expect tomorrow night. I'm very excited to see the game. I think if the Spurs play them tight and have chances to win the game, even if they lose, I think advantage Spurs, and they're going to feel very confident about themselves. If they rip game one, I'm ready to switch my pick already. Usually I stay the course on my pick, or I try to. If the Spurs, I have the Thunder, as we talked about earlier tonight, I have the Thunder in 7. If they lose tomorrow night, I think I might flip-flop my pick already and take the Spurs, because game ones are so meaningful for the home team, and a team that's been on top of the mountain now for 2 years in a major way. If they get tumbled off by the Spurs, like in game one, it's gonna, I don't know. I think I might.
Are you going to do a Kendrick Perkins?
I think I might, Gary. I think I might,
because you've had the Thunder all year.
Mm-hmm.
After one game, that's what Kendrick did. He had them. He had the Spurs, and as soon as they lost the game, only lost by one shot, and he acted like they were done for.
Yeah, and Gary, actually, while you bring it up, why don't you go ahead and put your in the live chat area? Why don't you put a link to your latest video, which you dropped? I believe it was today, or was it yesterday? The video on Kendrick Perkins. What you're talking about right now. That stooge Kendrick Perkins, who's wrong about everything, basically, looked like he might be right about the Spurs, and then he completely folded on them and quit after one game against the Timberwolves. And you made a video about it with the receipts. So do you want to say anything about that video? And if not, just put the link up for everybody, and you could say something about it if you want, as well as putting the link up.
Yeah, I just I'll put the link in the chat if any of you guys want to check it out. It's a pretty funny video. The receipts are there. So check it out when you get a chance.
But yes, I will, Gary, maybe pull a Kendrick Perkins if the Spurs win tomorrow and they look good doing it. Because remember, the Thunder screwed up bad in game one last year against the Nuggets. They were up, I think they were up 12 with like 4 minutes to go or something, 9 or 12. They were up by like 3 or 4 minutes in the fourth quarter in game one against the Nuggets last year in the semis. And a series of mistakes, bunch of turnovers, bad timeout by Dagnall, poor offense-defense substitution, lots of mistakes by the players, by the coach down the stretch. And it culminated in Aaron Gordon hitting a game-winning three-point shot at the buzzer in game one. So, like, the Thunder were up all game. They were up big in the fourth quarter. They were up 2 with a couple seconds left, and Aaron Gordon hit a buzzer-beating 3, and the Nuggets won game one. And at that point, look, I think the Nuggets, they just aren't close to the Thunder, and I think they probably should have been swept in that series if maybe Jokic got a game, because Jokic was masterful in several games in that series. He had bad games too in that series, but he was fantastic in some games too. So I think Jokic maybe would have got one. That should have been a short, easy 5-game series. But when you F around with game one like that and you throw it away, then all of a sudden it became a 7-game long drawn out series. The Spurs are really good. And talent-wise, at least 1 through 6, they're really close to Oklahoma City, and maybe the best player in that series is on San Antonio. So if you F around with game one tomorrow and you give it away, or the Spurs take it from you, all of a sudden, look, you were so much better. You had such a massive talent discrepancy last year against the Nuggets that you could get the series anyway. You might not have that luxury against the Spurs team. So I might pull a Kendrick and flip-flop if the Spurs. Go ahead, Gary.
I wouldn't do anything that drastic until after game 2. Like if the Spurs go up 2-0, but teams tend to be rusty after a long layoff, and the Spurs are playing with a lot of confidence right now. So I won't be surprised if the Spurs take game 1. But I think that by game 2, OKC will be ready, and the referee's whistle will be as well.
Gary, I saw something, a metric. The Nuggets were the number 1 shooting team this year in the NBA for wide open threes in the regular season. They shot like 43% in the regular season. The next best team was like 41%, which is a big difference. Like 2% is a big difference. In the playoffs on wide open threes, the Nuggets shot, they were the 15th best team of 16 teams in the playoffs. So they were the second to worst team on wide open threes in the playoffs, 31%. So a drastic decline for the Nuggets from the regular season to the playoffs. The Spurs are the number one shooting team in these playoffs so far from wide open threes, 43%. So as good as the Nuggets were shooting in the regular season from three, that's how good the Spurs are shooting right now. They are on absolute fire. So like if that continues, look, they're going to have more hands in their face now in this series with the Thunder and their perimeter defensive scheme. But like if they keep shooting the way they have for the first two series, like this could be a really interesting series ultimately. So we'll see. Go ahead.
It's going to be a good series. The reason the Spurs are hitting more shots, their floor spacing has improved. The ball movement has improved drastically the second, because that was my biggest complaint. Even when they were 16-4, I made a live stream. It actually got a strike because I was showing footage of the game on there. So it got cut in the middle of it. But I was replaying all the plays and highlighting, yes, the Spurs won this game as a game against the Bulls, but look at how clunky their offense is. I'm like, this is not going to hold up in the playoffs. We're going to get killed by the second round. Come a few months later, come like February, to your point, the ball was moving. Offense was flowing. And that's why, since they fixed that, now they're the number one team with three-point shooting. While they're wide open because of the improved ball movement. So if they can keep that, they've learned 2 years worth of knowledge in this one season. Like Dylan Harper and Carter Bryant are way better. They were better in the midpoint of the season than at the beginning of the season. And now they're way better than they were at the midpoint. They are rapidly progressing.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, they really have come a long way. And this is going to be a really fun series. I can't wait for tomorrow. We're definitely going to be on tomorrow. I think the game's at 9:30 tomorrow. So we'll be on probably around midnight.
8:30.
Oh, goody. An earlier game even. So we'll be on around 11. So I like that. I can get some sleep. In fact, we've been on for 2 hours and it's not even 1 yet right now. So I like that. And guys, still over 500 people here. Still got some comments to get to. So we're not going anywhere anytime soon. Gary, go ahead with Xavier's most recent comment.
Lakers should re-sign LeBron. Don't give him a no trade clause. Trade it. Oh, okay, Xavier. Milwaukee's not trading Giannis for LeBron. Now, and trade his ass for Giannis or someone. Yes, for someone, but not Giannis. Or trade him to a trash team for picks. I like that better. Trade him to a trash team for picks. I like that.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And more probably realistic to do that. But that's a pretty good idea, actually, Xavier. I like that idea. Though knowing LeBron, he would, and Rich, they would certainly not sign anything without a no trade clause. There haven't been many players in NBA history to get a no trade clause. And LeBron, it's probably going to be hard to remove the no trade clause once LeBron has had one for this long. So, but I do like where your head's at, and I like that idea a lot. And I'm with Gary as well. I think the second option would be a better option. Yeah, Giannis, LeBron won't be involved in any deal for Giannis. I can guarantee you that. Giannis they're looking for good players and lots of draft collateral as well. So young assets and a lot of draft collateral. The Lakers have neither. They have no good young assets, and they have some. I guess they have some young assets, but not like a great amount of. Like, I guess LaRavia could be interesting as a young asset. Vanderbilt. That's pretty much it. And then they've got practically no control. I don't think they have control of their own first round pick for like 4 or 5 years. So people that are like, oh yeah, like how can the Nuggets or the Lakers or like how could they get Giannis? They can't. They have no draft picks to deal. So you just got to look at some of the things, the infeasibility of some of these packages. But we'll see. I think LeBron will go back to the Lakers. Unfortunately, Xavier probably with the no trade clause. All right, we've got GGYY7104. Go ahead, Gary, with this latest one.
No, you're going to read this to me, and then you can answer after I answer it. But I want to answer this one first.
Okay. Is Donovan Mitchell now the greatest Cavalier of all time?
Okay, that is the craziest comment because Donovan Mitchell is not the one who won a championship for the Cavaliers. That is, without a doubt, the greatest Cavalier of all time is Kyrie Irving. You know, the guy who hit the game-winning shot for their championship. So Kyrie Irving clearly is the answer. Is there any Cavalier that's ever been better than Kyrie Irving, who's contributed more to their championship than Kyrie Irving? Anyone you can think of, Skap?
Cleveland, this is for you. Obviously, yes, there is LeBron. Kyrie, of course, did get that. But yeah, I feel so bad for Cleveland, ultimately. Like, Kyrie was the number 1 overall pick there. He didn't want to stay, though that was mainly because of LeBron. He just didn't want to play with LeBron. But he demanded out. And LeBron, the guy, the hometown son, who was drafted by his hometown team, stabbed in the back twice by LeBron. Like, goes on and does the decision, doesn't tell anybody in the organization what he's thinking, goes on and announces he's leaving like a thief in the night to go join with Dwayne Wade. Then he comes back and he then does it again and goes to LA. So like GGGYY7104, while I get this is a little tongue in cheek or whatever. Look, I guess maybe LeBron would be considered the best. Well, of course he would be. He was the finals MVP that year. He got 2 of his 4 league MVPs there. He won Cleveland their first championship in 50 years. But like, he's never wanted to be there. He stabbed him in the back twice. He only came back that second time to get that championship because it was what worked best for him. Kyrie Irving was there, a young ascending superstar. They won the draft lottery and the rights to draft Andrew Wiggins, who was like a crazy sought-after player. They traded that number 1 overall pick to Minnesota to bring in Kevin Love, who was a top 10 player league-wide that year. And so basically LeBron's like, oh, good, I can build a younger super team now that the Miami super team is fading and falling apart. Good, I'll just go ahead and bounce back to Cleveland now. So that was all for him, not for Cleveland. So it's crazy that like the best Cav ever, like it's crazy that it's a guy that hated the franchise basically and never wanted to be there, even though it's his hometown. So I don't look, if Donovan Mitchell somehow shocks the basketball world and they win the NBA championship this year, I think I would say Mitchell's the greatest Cav ever. Like, I think I would, because he picked to go there. He wants to be there. And if they win a championship without LeBron being there, I think I would say it would be as many as LeBron got in 11 years time there that LeBron spent. So I think, while this is a joke question to some degree probably by you, I would say if the Cavs somehow do win the championship this year, which is a huge stretch, but if they do, I think Mitchell will be the best Cav ever. John O'Radcliffe is back in next. Gary, what's John's latest question or comment for us?
The line is, somebody unalive me, please, but it's the 4-letter word that you can't type. Also, the original, The Hangover, is hilarious.
I do like the original Hangover. I'll be honest with you. Thanks for clarifying that line, by the way. I didn't see The Hangover for a long time. Like it was a huge hit. Like it was a breakout for like all those guys. Like it made Bradley Cooper, who had been in Hollywood for like 10 or 15 years before. He was like the villain in Wedding Crashers. He was Matthew McConaughey's friend in Failure to Launch. Like he was there's a bunch of small roles he had for years. And then he became a star overnight thanks to The Hangover. And then Zach Galifianakis also was like a massive breakout in that movie. And it got so much buzz. When I finally saw it, I thought it was overrated because like it got so much buzz before I had seen it. But in subsequent rewatchings over the years and like viewing it over and over again, I think it is a really funny movie. I do have a fondness for the original Hangover. The other ones never quite recaptured the same magic as the first one, but I definitely do like the first one now. On rewatch, it holds up well. Mark Law 13 is in next. Welcome into you, Mark. Another regular. Thank you for being here. Gary, go ahead with Mark's comment.
The East is weak. The West punishes you for any bad games you have. I don't rate this East. This is why I don't rate LeBron as top 5. Harden, Eastern Conference Finals for that.
Yeah, I mean, the East has gotten better. Like, I do think the Celtics are good, though they do things like they did this year. I think the Knicks are good. I think the Pistons were good. The Cavs are good. But there's no, like, elite powerhouses like there are the Spurs and the Thunder. And even, look, like, the Nuggets got a shit matchup, I think, and bad injuries. But, like, I think if they were completely healthy, while I don't think they could have beaten the Timberwolves, Spurs, and Thunder in order, like, they're much better than they showed in that first round. They got the worst matchup possible, and then they also got Aaron Gordon hurt, which crushed them. And no Peyton Watson. The one guy that could have maybe made up for the stuff that Aaron Gordon does is Peyton Watson, and he, too, was hurt. So, like, just wasn't meant to be for them. But they, too... Like, I think maybe the Nuggets could beat any team in the East in a 7. So basically, like, the Spurs, Nuggets, and Thunder maybe could beat any team in the East in a best of 7. So, like, if you got the 3 best teams, and maybe the Knicks are in the mix now, and the Knicks deserve to be talked about now as like one of those top teams. But even if we throw the Knicks in, 3 of the 4 best teams in the NBA are probably in the West. So I agree, Mark. The West is still, as it has been basically this whole century, basically since Michael Jordan retired, the West has always been better. And it seems like it always will be. Stump 4522 is in again with a very generous donation. Thank you so much, Stump. I appreciate you very much. Gary, what's this latest comment from Stump?
Nick celebrating with the Randall Cat trade. The Sixers just watched Little Game James get carried to the Eastern Conference Finals while Daryl Morey gets fired with that awful McCain trade and Embiid, Paul George, awful contract.
Yeah, Daryl Morey not looking good on the way out. That trade was terrible. McCain has been fantastic. His TikToks notwithstanding. Gary, have you seen any of these things, by the way? Have you seen these Jared McCain TikTok videos? Gary, it is bad. Look, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but like, first of all, you've got SGA wearing sports bras on fashion show catwalks. You've got Jalen Williams with like a pink halter top and bell bottoms on the sidelines. You've got Jared McCain doing God knows what in these TikTok videos. This team, Gary, it's not good. Like, they are a very effeminate team. Let me just leave it. I guess let me just leave it at that. That alone makes me question, like, if this team is wired to be able to beat the Spurs, because the Spurs are some dogs now, and Wemby's got that dog. So it makes me wonder and question, but we'll see. I don't want to get too far ahead of go ahead.
Another reason that I think the Thunder are going to win, I think Lou Dort is going to get away with at least 1 to 2 dirty plays, because unfortunately that's just what he has become. So between the foul calls with SGA and Lou Dort's going to get away with a bad call or 2. I think that's going to tip the scales, unfortunately.
But yeah, Stump, to your point, Daryl Morey, those contracts are just horrendous. Obviously, the Joel Embiid contract and the Paul George contract. Just crazy bad. And then the trade, the McCain trade was terrible. It's not good. And then I think the Randall trade, although Randall looked so bad in whatever it was, game 6. I think he had 3 points on like 1 of 9 shooting or something. I think Gobert and Randall combined for 3 points in that game 6 elimination game against the Spurs. But I think ultimately, though, that was a win-win trade. I think the Knicks got better with Cat, and they got what they really needed with Cat. And then remember, Dante DiVincenzo was part of that trade too with Randall. And that was a really good trade, I think, for the Timberwolves. Now, Randall went out sad in game 6, and DiVincenzo got hurt and didn't play that whole series. So you can't be critical of that. But I thought that trade really did work out for both. Now, Randall is not looking good now after. I think I saw a video on YouTube just randomly as I signed on, and I didn't watch the video, but I just saw it. It didn't have many views, but the thumbnail and the title just caught my attention. It was, would Julius Randle beat Helen Keller in a game of one-on-one basketball? So the press has not been kind to Julius Randle after game 6, but overall, I think that trade was pretty good for both parties. We've got Magic Buster 7188 is in next. What's up, Magic Buster? Welcome in. Thank you for joining us in the sponsor area. Gary, what's this question or comment from Magic Buster?
This Spurs team reminds me of the Tim Duncan-led Spurs that I loved and grew up with. What's your opinion on these modern Spurs fast rebuild?
Very impressive. Incredible team building. Incredible. I want to say incredible drafting, but they just got lucky placements too, like to some degree. Like the ping pong gods, the ping pong balls have been very fortuitous to them because Gary, 23, 24, 25, Victor Wembanyama 1 overall. I think it was 4 overall was Stephon Castle, the very next year. And then Dylan Harper, 3 overall, 2 overall the next. So those are crazy 3 straight picks. Like, it's crazy that you get those 3 straight picks, first of all, that you get so high 3 straight years, and that you get such elite players, all 3. Like, but they picked the right guys too. But like, I mean, crazy. Castle, 3 straight years, 3 straight top 4 picks. Wemby, Castle, and Harper, man, that's pretty good, Gary.
And we got the 14th pick last year as well and got Carter Bryant. But sure, a little luck helps, but Castle was the 4th pick, so 3 other teams passed up on him. So that was their mistake. The Rockets, the Wizards, big shock there, and the Hawks. So they could have had Castle. Very
true. But yeah, kudos to them. They have a dynasty now here, seemingly, again, led by another elite big, a great character big, just like Tim Duncan, a great character, great leader, big that could be a historic all-time top 10 player, just like Tim Duncan. So you're right. A lot of similarities, Magic Buster, and a lot of things to be happy and excited about if you're a Spurs fan. Okay. Fake today, real tomorrow. Very solid handle here. Go ahead, Gary. Fake today, real tomorrow.
Gasol averaged more win shares per 48 than Kobe from 2008 through 11. He was much more than a fringe all-star. 3rd team All-NBA in 2009 and 2010.
No, he was a fringe all-star, fake today, real tomorrow. He unequivocally, absolutely, and undeniably was. Do you know how I know that? Because he was in the NBA for 7 years before that trade was made. 7. And do you know how many all-star appearances he made in 7 years? Fake today, real tomorrow. In 7 years before going to play with Kobe? 1 all-star. in 7 years before going to play with Kobe Bryant. That is the very definition, my friend, of a fringe all-star. In fact, let me just go ahead and pull up Pau Gasol. Let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full seasons in Memphis and a half season at the trade deadline. So essentially 7 years before he went to LA. In those 7 years, 6.5 and a half year in LA, 0 All-NBAs, 0, and 1 All-Star. That's it. Oh, and not a single playoff win. I don't mean a playoff series win, fake today, real tomorrow. I mean a single game in the playoffs won. That was Pau Gasol in 7 years before going to play with Kobe Bryant. Get out of here, fake today, real. Get right out of here. Like, let's look at Pau Gasol, or let's look at Chris Bosh, shall we? Chris Bosh, because the reason I like this comparison is because Chris Bosh was in his 7th year when he went, or he had played 7 years, going to be in his 8th year when he went to play with LeBron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years in Toronto for Bosh. Very similar to Pau Gasol. Very similar amount of time. In the 7 years for Chris Bosh, well, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 All-Stars in 7 years, including 5 consecutive, starting in his 3rd year on. He also finished 7th in league MVP voting in his 4th year. He was All-NBA 2nd team that year. That's a superstar, fake today, real tomorrow. That's LeBron's 3rd option, being a superstar, while Kobe got a fringe one-time All-Star. And Kobe went and won. He went to 3 straight championships and won back-to-back with that. That LeBron needed something superior to that as his 3rd option to win 2. That's why Kobe's much better than LeBron James. This is just one of the many reasons. Let me just go on with the Bosh, or with the Pau Gasol comp here. Gasol went on to play 18 years. This is no disrespect to Pau Gasol, by the way. I love Pau Gasol. He's one of my all-time favorite players. He's probably my favorite Kobe Bryant teammate. Kobe definitely doesn't have 2 rings. Kobe only has 3 rings to his name, if not for Pau Gasol. And Kobe loves Pau Gasol. He wasn't very high on many of his other teammates. He looked at Gasol as a brother. So this is no disrespect to Pau Gasol in any way, shape, or form. But I hate the revisionism on Pau Gasol, trying to make it out like he was some superstar or the best power forward in the NBA. Pau Gasol played in 18 years in the NBA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them with LA. In the 7 years with Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol was All-NBA 3rd team twice and All-NBA 2nd team once, and made 3 All-Stars. And that, by the way, was in 3 straight years. Gasol was pretty unimpressive in the last few years in LA. So in a 3-year span with Kobe Bryant, from 09 through 11, he made 2 All-NBA 3rd teams, 1 2nd team, and 3 All-Stars. In the 15 other years total after that 3-year span, Gasol made 3 All-Stars total in 15 years and 1 All-NBA selection. And I think he won no playoff series, by the way, ever, other than with Kobe. So please get out of here with the Pau Gasol was like a massive influencer, but he was a massive influencer. He was. But let's not make it out like he was like a top 10 player in the NBA, or like he was the best. I see some people on X posting GM polls trying to make it out like Pau Gasol was the best power forward in the NBA at that span. A time that had Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and Dirk Nowitzki. Get out of here. Like, it's just ridiculous comments. But anyway, fake today, real tomorrow. Thank you for coming in and for supporting us. Sorry, but I do take exception. I really do take exception to the Pau Gasol revisionist commentary today. Will N 8664 is back in. A very generous night from Will N here in terms of the sponsor area for us in the Skap Live After Dark. Thank you very much, Will. Gary, what's the latest from Will?
Just wanted to add to my previous comment that I agree with you about SGA. I also remembered you saying the same thing about Tatum a while ago in the unnecessary hate. Jason Tatum also seems like a chill guy.
Agreed. And Jason Tatum is a great player. Four straight first team All NBAs, which I think is either as many or maybe still one more than SGA. I know he's got at least 3. It might be a 4th. But I think it's only 3. Let me just confirm real quick. No, 4. This will be the 4th year. So Shai, same deal as Jason Tatum. First team All NBA, 4 times for both those players. Both great players. And by the way, both deserving of first team designation 4 years in a row. That's elite territory in and of itself. Like, to be designated first team All NBA for 4 straight years is elite. I think Steph Curry has for his whole career in like 20 years. So no shade on either guy. And they're both good guys. They're both high character guys. But again, I just think, look, Tatum he's not in the stratosphere of SGA though. Like, SGA's press has now gone to an extra level. Like, no one's talking Jason Tatum, Kobe, or Jordan levels. Like, we've got there now at this point with SGA, and I disagree with it. All right, Mixo Myths is back in again. Gary, go ahead with this latest from Mixo Myths, and thank you, Mixo Myths, for being here. I appreciate it.
Scott, do you think the league will ever return to low post play?
I mean, we're kind of returning to big man kind of dominance as it is right now. It's never going to be isolation centric or running through the low post. No, it's always going to be now at this point, a quicker pace, a bunch of threes, playing inside out. Even the bigs that we do see dominating are going to shoot threes. Wemby shoots a ton of them. He shoots them pretty well. Jokic shoots a ton of them. He shoots them pretty well. But like, you can say the best 2 players in the NBA are centers now. You can make that. I mean, Shai is in the mix, sure. But Jokic and Victor Wembanyama are very much squarely in that conversation of best player on earth, and they're 2 bigs, 2 centers. So maybe not low post play or like heavy, like low post centric isolation, but maybe look, bigs have dominated the NBA basically for every era in NBA history outside of the Jordan era, and that's it. Like, you've seen dynastic guards other than just Jordan and Steph Curry and Kobe, but that's still few and far between. It's 3 players. Jordan, Kobe, and Curry basically are the only dynastic guards we've seen in 70 years. So like, when we're back to big dominance now, it looks like in the NBA right now. So I think that you for sure can say will happen again because it already has. Like, we're already there. Okay, John O'Ratcliffe is back in again. Go ahead with this non-sports related type question from John.
This is unequivocally the most important question I've ever asked you. It requires deep insight. Why is Beavis and Butthead so great? Which is better?
John O'Ratcliffe, you're not going to like the answer to this question. I greatly fear that you're not. First of all, John, I pegged you as much younger than me. But the fact that you are in on Beavis and Butthead leads me to believe that you're older than I thought, or older than I gave you credit for being, because Beavis and Butthead, to the best of my knowledge, was in my childhood. Gary, I don't know, as with Adam Sandler and Jim Carrey, Beavis and Butthead, not my cup of tea, not my style of comedy. Gary, were you a Beavis and Butthead fan or not?
Yes.
Okay.
It's hilarious. It's
okay. Perhaps you can answer this question for John O'Ratcliffe, because I can't.
I can absolutely.
Okay.
You are a fan of the movie Idiocracy, correct?
Yes, I like that movie. Yes.
And what about Office Space?
Love Office Space. One of my
Mike Judge wrote Office Space and Idiocracy. Basically, what Mike Judge does is he observes society and the way people act. Beavis and Butthead is not about two dumbass guys like it looks like on the forefront. It's showing Beavis and Butthead making fun of dumbasses in society, the same way you do in Office Space, the same way you do in Idiocracy. That's the genius of Beavis and Butthead, is poking fun. But Beavis and Butthead are the face. They are the vehicle which Mike Judge drives his opinions of society through. So they're just smartasses, and they observe. Like, just off the top of my head, this isn't going to make anyone laugh. It's funny to me, but I can't do it justice. But for example, this is just an example. They walked through a gym, and there was this guy grunting like this, and Butthead looks at him and goes, he looks dumb. Like that. And it's just Mike Judge's way of saying, hey, try hard. Calm the fuck down. Who are you trying to impress? That's what that comment was entailing, really. It was symbolic. It was a metaphor. Every episode was just a metaphor of the way people act, just the dumbed down behavior. So that's why I love Beavis and Butthead, and that is why it's so hilarious.
Well, and Gary, can you thank you for that. And can you answer the second question? Did you have a favorited one? Did you enjoy Beavis or Butthead more?
I mean, they're a tandem, but really I'm not a huge fan of either one per se, but I would say Butthead.
Okay.
Just because he's more sarcastic.
Okay.
Than Beavis. Like for another they used to watch music videos, and they would poke fun at a lot of them. And there was this video for Ugly Kid Joe that came on, and they're watching the video, and what they do is they add commentary to the videos. And Beavis is like, hey, Butthead, why does this guy call himself Ugly Kid Joe when he's really not that ugly? And Butthead goes, do you find him attractive, Beavis? And just that humor was just hilarious to me. And that's why I would like Butthead better, because of his sarcastic comments like that I'm remembering. Just like Beavis is working they both worked at Burger World. And one day Butthead was off. Beavis was working the cash register, and Butthead goes to order a burger, and he orders his burger, and then Beavis goes, okay, is that all, sir? Would you like any fries and a drink with that? And Butthead goes, did I ask for a fries or a drink? And I just thought that was hilarious, because back then, that was when Supersize Me with McDonald's, and every time you go, they're trying to upsell you. And I would get annoyed when I would go to the fast food restaurants, and I would say, okay, well, do you want to add this? And I'm just like, damn, I ordered what I wanted. So when Butthead said that, did I ask for any fries or a drink? That just totally resonated with me, as does most of Mike Judge's narratives and commentary on all of his media that he puts out.
So, well, thank you for that, Gary. I think maybe the other thing is I have like this stigma. It's not really a stigma. I just avoid cartoons typically. I'm not big on cartoons, generally speaking. So I really never was a fan of The Simpsons or Family Guy. There's only one cartoon show I ever got in on, and I love the show. I've seen not all. I've seen 13 of the 14 seasons. I have not yet seen the 14th and final season. Archer is the name of the show, and I love that show. But that's like the only cartoon show that I've gotten into. I like some cartoon movies, but not really show. So maybe I unfairly assumed stuff about Beavis and Butthead and didn't get in on it back when it was airing. So. But thank you for that review, and for being able to answer John O'Ratcliffe's question, since I certainly couldn't. We have Seahawk Tua is back in, a regular as well. Welcome in tonight, Seahawk 2. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, Gary. What's the question or comment from Seahawk 2?
Has SGA passed LeBarf all time in flopping and grifting? No, not a chance.
Yeah, I would put LeBron number one. I would still put LeBron above. LeBron's got to be number one, even though, well, he does flop offensively a bit, but LeBron's more of a defensive flopper and just in general, he just flops a lot. Like and he's obviously faking, and like you see a couple times where he's pretending like he's really hurt, and then like that one famous one where he's like holding his face like he got really hit, and he's like peeking out of his like under his hand or whatever. A couple times he's like rubbing his face or his head, and then he like is laughing and like winking at players and teammates. It's just disgusting with that. And LeBron ushered it in to me. Like he started it, which is why like we talk about this all the time, but like in a vacuum, isolated incident, maybe Kevin Durant going to Golden State is worse than LeBron going to Miami. But Kevin Durant would have never done it if LeBron didn't go to Miami first. So like that's why LeBron is worse. And that's why I think of LeBron as much worse than what KD did. Same way, like maybe these players today have perfected the flopping ways, but LeBron is the one that started it and ushered it in. So to me, he will always be like the godfather of the flop. Sorry, I just had to put little Luna back down. All right, let's bring Stefan Piscano back in with another generous donation tonight. Thank you, Stefan. I do appreciate it. I think he has an idea of how to fix the MVP vote. So Gary, let's hear Stefan's idea or plan for MVP voting.
I pitched an idea on my show recently to fix the MVP voting. 1/3 vote for active and retired players, 1/3 for traditional media, 1/3 for YouTubers like you and Gary. That way you represent the knowledgeable fan vote.
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of like that. I mean, I think, is it the Heisman Trophy where every Heisman person that has won the trophy gets a vote? Like, I kind of like that. I feel like the media's got to lose the vote. Like, it's just so, I think that the players, the current active players, should get a vote. Like 50% of the vote should be the current active players, and the other 50% should be every player that's alive that won an NBA MVP that's retired. I think that's what the entities that should be deciding these MVPs should be made up of. The fans, it's just fans and media. Like I just don't trust them enough. Even though I would love a vote myself, Stefan. Thank you. I don't trust other people enough. These decisions are too important. They're too valuable. They mean too much to legacy building and the history of the NBA. They're like, I just hate to see these know-nothings or people with their own agendas and axes to grind that are voting for other reasons than on the court. Like, I just hate to see it. And honestly, if it was the players and former MVPs voting, I can almost guarantee you it would have been Jokic or Wemby, one or the other. Like it would be between those two, not Shai. Because I don't really think a lot of the players respect Shai today with all of the grifting and flopping and shit. So like, I don't know. I just it's a very broken system, Stefan, to your point, and we certainly do need to fix it and go in a different direction. There's no doubt about that. Stump 4522 is back in yet again. Thank you guys so much for, again, a very generous night here in the sponsor area. Gary, what's Stump's, I don't know, 5th or 6th question or comment?
I wonder how Carmelo Anthony feels with Jokic won a championship in Denver, and if Jalen Brunson makes it to the finals for New York this year.
Yeah, I don't know. Carmelo probably doesn't feel any certain way about it. I think Carmelo is pretty confident with his career, feels pretty good about himself. He did have, for all intents and purposes, a great career. Never got to the NBA Finals. I respect Carmelo. I like his game a lot. Kobe respected him a lot. Kobe, back in the day, before KD, I think Kobe would say KD was probably ultimately his most difficult challenge defensively. But before KD really came into his own and LeBron was in his prime, Kobe routinely would say Carmelo was the guy that gave him the most fits in terms of the guy that he had to guard or try to cover at the other end. So I like Carmelo a lot. I respect him a lot, but yeah, not quite the winner that I'm sure he hoped to have been at the NBA level. A guy who won the NCAA championship with one of the great, rookie, or I should say freshman runs in the tournament, in the NCAA tournament that we've seen this century. And then never could recapture that winning way at the NBA level, but I'm sure he's not losing any sleep over. I think Carmelo, he strikes me as a guy who doesn't necessarily lose sleep over not getting a championship. He's probably happy with his individual success, accolades, and money that he made. Okay, Mixo Myths is back in again. What's up, Mixo Myths? Welcome into you again. Gary, what's the question or comment from Mixo?
Skap, I love that song that plays on your videos, especially the LeBron videos. Please do not change it. I look forward for that 2-hour video the day LeBron announces his retirement. Well, the song you play on the LeBron videos is the same song you play on all the other videos as well, right?
Yep. The song is God Fury by Ademo Domino or something, or Addo Domino, something along those lines. Honestly, it was just a free song that was available in the YouTube library for creators that was free to use, that didn't require any kind of even accrediting. So not only was it a license-free thing to use, you also didn't even have to accredit them in your description or whatever. So it was one of like 3 or 4 videos I was using very early on, or 3 or 4 songs I was using in my videos very early on, like 3 years ago when I started doing this. And that one seemed to engender the most positive response, and people really liked it. So I just kept it, and I've never really changed it. So it's God Fury, great name too, I think. And I have tinkered with not having any song or music at all on a couple videos, and I get a lot of backlash. Everybody wants that God Fury on, so I likely will not change it. I tinker with the volumes on it from time to time, but probably it will remain a staple in some way, shape, or form in some capacity on Skap Attack videos moving forward. But thank you, Mixo. 81 Dai is next in. Gary, I won't force you to read this one. Kobe, Shaq versus Lin and Yao, best of 3. Who wins? 2-0, Kobe and Shaq. Maybe could be 11-0, 11-0 in those two, if depending on what we're going to. Are we going to 11, 15, 21, whatever it is. Yao and Lin and Yao might not score a single point in that series. 81 Dai. I hope that was like kind of a tongue in cheek or I don't know, a joke of a question. Either way, I'm definitely taking Kobe and Shaq in that one. Go ahead, Gary, with WBD 3159, who's in next. What's the comment from them?
After Dark is lit.
Appreciate you, WBD. Appreciate it. Appreciate you with the kind words, the generous support, and also just for your engagement and for being here and tuning in. Thank all of you guys. Still about 500 people here as we approach the 3-hour mark here of the show. So thank you guys for being here tonight and for your heavy participation and engagement. As always, I appreciate it. Joshua of the Saints is in next. Is this Joshua CHFNG or whatever? But that was. Do we have a handle change, Gary? I think this is the same Joshua, but a slightly different handle. It was Joshua CH9FG or something before. I think this is the same Joshua because the avatar seems to be the same. I hope I'm not just getting that wrong. If I am, I'm sorry. But Joshua, either way, of the Saints, welcome into you. Thanks for being here. Gary, what's the question or comment?
Skap, in your non-biased opinion, should the Lakers keep LeBron? And if so, what type of contract media is forcing this loser down the Lakers' throats?
No, I honestly don't think they should keep LeBron. I think LeBron is capable of playing good defense, but he doesn't want to, and not in a sustained enough nature that the Lakers need from him. He, quite frankly, is still athletic enough and good enough on the fast break and could be a slasher for Luka from the dunker spot. Like, he could still fill that role or that capacity, but they also need someone that's ready, willing, and able to defend their life and their guts out. And I just don't think LeBron at 42 next year is going to be that. So no. And plus, he doesn't really want to be the third option. Like, he ultimately wants to be like the first or second option at worst. So realistically, no, I think they should go in a younger direction. I think they should go and get younger, more athletic, more defensively capable pieces around Luka Doncic moving forward. And they're, of course, going to have to do something with the contracts. They're going to have to give Rui Hachimura money if they want to keep him, Austin Reeves money if they want to keep him, probably more money to Marcus Smart if they want to keep him. So, yeah, I would go in a different direction. I still think LeBron will end up there, though. And if he does, the contract better be like $20 million. Because right now, this year, Rui Hachimura made the third most money on the books for the Lakers at $18 million. So realistically speaking, it can't be much more than that for LeBron James. So if he is going to get another contract next year, it should probably be for like 15 to 20 million. The lower, the better. Okay, we've got Marco in. Salute and shout out to you in Serbia, and welcome in my Serbian brother. Gary, what does Marco have for us tonight?
Skap, I know you love Kobe, but I have to say, you should respect the Kings in 2000s, not hate them. They were underdogs. They deserved to win. It was rigged.
So we talked a couple nights ago about my most hated teams in NBA history. And the early 2000s Kings were on my list. Not because they were just so good, Marco, because they were a great team and a great foil to the Lakers. That's why they were such a great villain for my Lakers hero team that, like, that's why I disliked them, because I had to. Like, they were, and because they hated the Lakers. And look, you're referring to the 2002 series, which was the three-peat year, the third in 3 years, where many people say that Game 6 was rigged for the Lakers by I'm drawing a blank on his name, Timothy whatever. I can't think of. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, a disgraced former NBA official who the FBI actually probed and determined that he was compromised by mob connections into fixing games, or at least making certain calls for games. There is no definitive evidence that he did impact that Game 6 in any way, shape, or form. There was a big free throw discrepancy in that game. But ultimately, look, they had the Lakers down by 20 plus in Game 4. It would have been a 3-1 series lead if they held that lead. They didn't. That was the game that Shaq and Kobe had that furious comeback in the second half. And big shot Bob Horry hit the game-winning 3 to win by 1 and even the series at 2. Also, then after the Game 6 that everybody thinks was rigged, the Kings had Game 7 at home in Arco Arena that went into overtime, a game they missed like 14 free throws in. So I lose no sleep for the Sacramento Kings. There is no evidence that Game 6 was rigged or affected or impacted in any way, shape, or form by Tim Donaghy is his name, by the way. And even if it was, go win Game 7 in Arco at home. Go not miss 14 free throws in Game 7 at home. Like, the Lakers won 3 straight championships. Marco, I'm sorry, but get over it. 81 Dai is back in next again. 81, what's up? Welcome back in again. Gary, go ahead. Oh, wait, maybe I'll read this. Gary, would you like me to read this one to you? Or No? Okay, go ahead. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
He says, Legary Spurs are a 62-win team. They can win now and next year. Let's go Wemby, the face of the NBA.
I agree with you. They can win now. I'm not sure that they will because, look, the Thunder are a 64-win team that won 68 games last year, that has the back-to-back league MVP, that has arguably the deepest 1 through 10, I think, ever in league history, that has like 5 or 6 All-NBA first or second team caliber players. So it's not like the Spurs got like this great path. In fact, the Spurs got a pretty difficult path. They got a pretty good Portland team first, pretty good. They got a really good Minnesota team next, and now they got a historic Oklahoma City Thunder team. Not like this is an easy cakewalk path for a team that's led by a bunch of 22-year-olds and younger. So I understand where Gary's coming with. With that said, they are talented, very talented. They have great players, and they can win this year. I'm just not sure they're ready from a maturation standpoint yet. I think next year, though, they certainly become, to me, the favorite starting next year. And this next series is going to be very fun and entertaining. Xavier is up next again. Welcome back, Xavier, for another question from you. Go ahead, Gary, with this latest one from Xavier.
Lakers shouldn't allow LeBron to be a Laker in year 24. And if LeBron is ever swept in the first round, he would have been swept in every round on the playoffs. Did I read that right? And if LeBron is ever swept in the first round, he would have been swept in every round on the playoffs. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if is that what you meant to type, Xavier, or am I totally?
Yes, that's what he means. It will be Gary. He will have swept the cycle, like batting for the cycle when you hit a single, a double, a triple, and a home run. He will have been swept in every single round of the postseason. So he would have been swept in the first, the second, the conference finals, and the NBA finals. The only round he has not yet been swept in is the first round. So that is what he meant, and that is a true statement. And I agree. Number 24, Kobe wore 24 famously. I don't want LeBron in year 24 in a purple and gold either, Xavier. I'm totally with you. And I agree completely that they should get him off the books, move on, and start building around Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. Marco is back in. Gary, I'll read this one to you. I thought that Gary was living in Texas, says Marco. Not true. Gary, go ahead and, if you want to, tell the people where you are, though I make reference to where you are oftentimes.
Yeah, I'm a very rare sports fan. I don't have favorite teams based on location. I'm actually in Florida. So I've never been in Texas, but I love the Spurs. Just as soon as I watched them the first time in 1990, David Robinson's rookie year, I don't know. I just fell in love with them instantly. And I've loved the Dallas Cowboys since I was a kid. I know this is going to sound funny, but this is stuck. This is stuck all this time. I was like mesmerized by the look, the appearance of their uniforms. I know that sounds funny, but I like the concept of the team. And I've always thought the Dallas Cowboys are fun. Jerry Jones has turned them into a soap opera team. I know, I understand the hate they get. I can't stand all of the media, the idolatry either. I think it's really, or I should say media glazing. I think it's annoying. I am not a Dallas Cowboys glazer. I think that they're garbage. I don't say that they're going to win the Super Bowl every year like so many delusional Dallas Cowboys fans. But at the end of the day, I still love them. They're still my team. I'm just annoyed with all the glazing. And I only say, hey, I think they have a shot at the Super Bowl when their offense and defense are well balanced. Like a few years ago, they actually had a shot to make a run. And then what does Jerry Jones, the genius, do? The GM stands for genius manager. Let me trade Amari Cooper. Did you not look at the past 2 years Every time Amari Cooper didn't play, the offense was clunky and hardly moved. When he plays, Dak Prescott's over there looking like a Pro Bowl quarterback. The offense is flowing, and the defense for one season was really good. And I remember saying the Cowboys are not yet ready for a Super Bowl run, but if they just get another piece or two, they'll be right there to actually make a legitimate run. Then Jerry Jones trades Amari Cooper, and the Cowboys have sucked ever since. The exact same thing OKC did in 2012, and they let go of Harden. And Stephen A. Smith comes on First Take the next week. Yeah, OKC going to be fine. They still got Durant. They got Westbrook and Serge Ibaka. I'm like, no, they're not. They just lost the depth of their team. Anyways, didn't mean to drag that on. And this is funny. My favorite baseball team, Toronto Blue Jays. I used to collect baseball cards as a kid, and for whatever reason, I just liked baseball players that were out on the Blue Jays, and that is also stuck. And I was a fan of them when they won the World Series in back-to-back in the 90s. And for hockey, I liked the Toronto Maple Leafs. So that was not a good year for me last year. The Maple Leafs lost in the finals, right? And then the Blue Jays lost in the finals. So, yeah.
Tough year, Gary, but yeah, I'm with you. I'm not necessarily regionally specific either with my fandom, so I don't begrudge you. You like who you like. You find the storylines or the individuals that you like, and you just go from there. So, yes, Mark, go ahead, Gary.
Oh, real quick, just to throw this in real quick. College basketball, UNC, Tar Heels. Love the Tar Heels. Football, I do like Florida, and I'm a rare one. I love Florida and Florida State. I go for both of them. I know you're not supposed to. I have fun. I have fun with both of them. And there's a story, but I'll save that for another day. And for whatever reason, I love Oregon. The Quack Pack Attack. I think the Duck mascot's the best mascot in college sports. I just think Oregon is a lot of fun, the football team. Not really a big fan of basketball team, but I love the football team. One of these years, they're going to win a national championship.
Yeah, I'm a Penn State alum, so a long, struggling Nittany Lion. We haven't won a national championship in like basically my lifetime, and I'm old as hell, and they stink at basketball. I jumped on the Mike Krzyzewski bandwagon from a young age. I loved Coach K, so I was a big Duke fan most of my life growing up. But I could care less about them now because I do not like John Shire. Xavier DeGod in again. I'll read this one real quick. Lakers should sign LeBron just to cut him after. I would love to see it. Xavier, obviously, that's a pipe dream. We know I really do think he's going to give them some kind of massive discount, maybe take like 20-ish mil, and then they'll put whatever they can. They're going to go try to poach Peyton Watson off my Nuggets. And then who knows what else they're going to do. Go ahead, Gary.
I don't think the Lakers should sign Austin Reeves, at least not for a max deal or a big deal. With him and Luka, they're too similar.
I agree, Gary, with you, but here's the thing. This is what I see coming out or hear coming out of Laker camp. Luka loves Austin Reeves. Luka wants Austin Reeves. So you do whatever Luka wants at that point. And if it blows up and it doesn't go well for Luka, that's on him. Like that's what he wanted. So whatever it takes, and it's probably, Gary, unfortunately for the Lakers, probably going to take about $45 million a year, I would guess, for Austin Reeves, which I agree, probably too much. I honestly, I probably would get rid of Austin. If it's totally me, I would probably get rid of Reeves and LeBron and just build from a clean slate around Luka is what I would do. Like Austin Reeves, you're right. There's an overlap in their gameplay, and neither of them are good defensively. So like you can hide one guy like Steph Curry or Luka or Jokic, but you can't hide multiple guys that like are kind of a defensive liability. So I don't know. I'm with you, but I feel like whatever, it's kind of like LeBron when he got what he wanted and he was the GM all those years. Luka has that same cash now, that same pool and like hammer. So like whatever he wants is what he's going to get ultimately. And they're going to try to keep him happy. Okay. The real Donald Trump 1646 is in from Canada. Welcome in, Mr. President. Thanks for being here. Go ahead. What's this? He has a Dylan Harper centric question or comment, it looks like, for us.
Dylan Harper is going to school free throw assassin SGA.
Yeah, I mean, I like some of the components that they have. You mentioned Bryant and Harper, and we've got Stephon Castle, Gary, a bunch of big-bodied, physical, athletic dudes that are young, fresh, and ready to just hamper SGA all up and down the floor. And then if they can defend him without fouling, basically, give him some trouble on the perimeter, and then funnel him into underneath, like, then you've got that 8-foot monster underneath there. It's just part of the reason why the Thunder struggle with them. Like, from a personnel standpoint, like, it's just not a great matchup for the Thunder. So the real Don's onto something here, I think. And it's just going to be a fun series. Go ahead, Gary.
I do believe that the guards are going to get over on SGA at times, as I think he will give it back to them at times as well. But Dylan Harper and AJ Mitchell, I think, are going to be a matchup to look at, because I think they're going to be going back and forth all series long.
Yeah, you'll probably look, and this is kind of some of the problem, though, too. Like, if you bring back Jalen Williams, like, say what you will about their week layoff in the rust, he will 100% be rusty and maybe uncertain of, like, what exactly he can do on that hamstring. What do you do with him? Like, do you put him on the bench then and bring him off and keep, because the Thunder have been flowing with AJ Mitchell. So, like, do you upend or upset that rhythm that they have with AJ Mitchell in the starting lineup and put him back on the bench? Like, that's going to be a big storyline in and of itself for me whenever it is that Jalen Williams comes back. I don't know. Maybe you just keep Jalen Williams on, see how they play in game one without him and don't bring him back. I don't know. But if he's ready, I guess you got to bring him back. I should have looked into that before we came on air. I'll look into that. I'm sure it's going to be a storyline tomorrow morning before the game tips tonight or tomorrow night. Hillsboro 738 is in next. What's up, Hillsboro? Another regular. Welcome into you. Appreciate it. Gary, what is the comment from Hillsboro?
I can never vote for an MVP who wears fur coats indoors.
Yes, SGA really he fancies himself a bit of a fashion icon. He wears, like, fur coats with no shirt on underneath or whatever. It's just weird. The whole fashion element of the Thunder team and some of the questionable stuff they do on the bench or things they wear, it's something else sometimes to see a team that is so gritty and, like, physical on the court be less than the picture of masculinity off the court, let's just say. We've got D Jiang 1498 in next. Welcome into you, D Jiang. Yet again, another regular. Thank you so much, Gary. What's the comment from them?
Will OKC versus Spurs become the NBA's next great rivalry years from now? And does today's NBA still have the drama needed to make rivalries feel legendary?
That's a great question. I would say not for several years it hasn't felt like that or been that way. But maybe we're turning a different page now in the book, starting now. This is like the first entrant into what will become a legendary rivalry for several years to come. That will be legacy-defining moments for two all-time great players in Victor Wembanyama and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Maybe we're on the footing, the entryway, if you will, of like a Duncan Kobe 2.0 type thing for the next decade. Like, maybe it hasn't felt like that in years, but maybe I'm starting to feel that buzz and excitement now that we're like less than 24 hours out from game one. Like, maybe we're going to get to that point. So my fingers are crossed, DJing. All right. The real Don is back in. Welcome back in, Mr. President, again. Go ahead, Gary, with this latest one from him.
SGA skill set, 4 to 9 steps for a layup, push off, flopping, carrying the ball, kicking his legs out for the jumper, grabbing the arm, greater, most skilled era.
Look, I'll say this. I watch a good amount of Shai, and just today, as I was editing my SGA steals another league MVP video, I was in a lot of his highlight videos. Look, the guy is elite from the mid-range. Like, he has a really elite mid-range game. He does. I mean, he gets to his spots with relative ease, and he is a very proficient shooter from the 3-point line to the elbow. And he's got a really pretty reliably consistent 3-point shot too, that he will pull up off the dribble. Look, I don't want to get too far into the Shai slander, because I think some people will take it too far. I think he is overrated now, and he's getting to the point where it's getting pretty crazy, the overrating of him. But he is also a really great player too. And I'm interested to see what he does in this series, where he's going to play a really good team and maybe a better player than him. I'm going to be interested to see his answer and his competitive response. Okay, we've got Dylan is in. What's up, Model Body Fit? And welcome into you, my good friend. Thank you very much. A consistent and reliable supporter of us here for many years. He's in the comments of all of my videos as well, and always here in these these super chat things, or in the live stream in the comments area. Just a reliable and consistent guy that continues to support and engage here for us. So Dylan, thank you very much. I appreciate you very much, Gary. What's the question or comment from him tonight?
My guys, Skap and Gary, real talk, traveling, double dribbling, offensive fouls, and carrying. Why are these not even called anymore? Harden is criminal.
Yeah, Harden is like one of the biggest offenders in the palming, the carrying, the sweep through thing. He started a lot of this grifting. Him and LeBron, I'd say LeBron primary, but Harden carries a lot of the blame too for this offensive foul grifting. Like, Harden was the precursor of SGA. So I don't know, Dylan. It's something that I feel like the league offices have to just get involved with and really make it a point and really help educate the players and the teams. Maybe like early on in the summer, be like, look, this is egregious. It's out of control. These are the ways we're going to be calling this moving forward. These are the ways we're instructing the officials to deal with these things moving forward, and like, get used to it in the summer. Like, start working on it, eradicate it from your games, because it will be whistled. They will be turnovers moving forward. So that's really the only way. I don't know if the NBA has any desire to do it even, but it's incumbent on the league offices to just want to change and just to repair their product, I should say. So I don't know. It seems like it's not a priority for them, unfortunately. So likely it's not going to get fixed anytime soon. All right, fake today, real tomorrow is following back up with me on the Pau Gasol element of things. Go ahead, Gary.
Gasol wasn't a superstar. He wasn't some rando. Bosch won 0 playoff series in Toronto. Gasol had better VORP and, is that win share? WS? Win share than Bosch. Idiot writers had no clue.
Again, if you want to, they were both similar in those years. They had about the same statistical level of, like, their straight standard set. They were like 19 and 8-ish or something like that, I think. Gasol in his first 7 years before teaming with Kobe 18.8 points per game, 8.6 rebounds, 3.1 assists, 51% shooting. So 19 and 9 on 50%. Chris Bosh in his first 7 years pre-LeBron, 20 points per game, 9 rebounds, 2 assists on 49%. So literally practically identical players. Bosh was more of a decorated player in terms of achievement. Yes, neither of them won playoff series. So they're similar players. My point here is fake today, real tomorrow. That was LeBron's third option. That was his third best guy on a team where he won 2 and then honestly, you want to know who's better than both of them? Kevin Love. Kevin Love was better than both of them in his Minnesota years. You want to talk win share and VORP? Fake today, real tomorrow? Kevin Love, the year before teaming up with LeBron James, was top 3 league-wide in PER, BPM, win share, and VORP. Yes, he was top 3 in all 4 of those categories in a year where he went 26, 13, and 4. So Kevin Love was better than both of those guys. That was LeBron's third option on his other title team. So why is Kobe so much better than LeBron? Because he took a dude as his second option in a harder conference and dominated. And LeBron needed a guy that was akin to Kobe's second option as his third options to win 3 of his first 3 NBA championships in the NBA. Then he had Anthony Davis, who was a top 5 player overall in the NBA, to win his 4th. Bum rings. You want to say Kobe needed Shaq? Okay. He had Shaq for 3 of his rings. Fine. And then he won ridiculously difficult rings otherwise. LeBron never had. LeBron can't. He couldn't. He never did in 24 years. That's my point on the Pau Gasol topic. And I'm not saying he was a rando. He was a top 20 player probably. He was maybe like the 20th best player in the NBA when he went to play with Kobe. Maybe top 25. So good, not great. All right, John O'Radcliffe is in next. What's up, John O'Radcliffe? Appreciate you. We're almost getting to the end, which means you're going to start peppering me with more to keep me on later, probably. Go ahead, Gary, with the first of, I'm sure, several more to come from John.
Let me read this over a second. Of all these 4 times, the greatest ever. Okay, because I'm thinking, okay, we've got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic, Shaq, Duncan, LaFlopper. Of all these 4 all-time greats and the greatest ever via self-appointment, who is the greatest number 1 overall pick to you? And what I was looking at the beginning was, should Hakeem be on this list as well?
Yeah, I mean, Hakeem would warrant a mention there, I think, as well. Look, this is a very difficult question. I respect most of these players a lot. I think Shaq and LeBron are the furthest away. I don't have either of them in my top 10 all time. Kareem, Magic, and Duncan are all in my top 10. Kareem and Duncan are both on my Mount Rushmore. So they're both top 4. Technically, I have Kareem as my 3rd overall all time and Duncan at 4. That is in my top 10. I've got Jordan 1, Kobe 2, Kareem 3, Duncan 4. So technically, I'm just going to cop it out. This is a total cop out. I have rated these players in a 30-minute video on my channel, the top 10 greatest players ever, and I give the reasons why I have those players rated as they are. And Kareem is my 3rd spot. That's a spot I question every day. If I should have Duncan higher than Kareem, if I should have Hakeem higher than Kareem, if I should have Will Chamberlain higher than Kareem, it's a spot I question myself on every day. But still, Kareem has a great resume. He's top 3. He's top 3 in 3 standard box men. The 3 major or the 4 major whatever points, rebounds, blocks, assists, and steals. Of those 5 major categories, Kareem is top 3 all time in 3 of them. He's top 3 in scoring, blocks, and rebounds. Only guy top 3 in 3. He's been to 10 NBA finals. He's won 6. He has the most MVPs of anybody ever. He has 6. He has a crazy elite resume. He's got over 10 All-NBA first-team selections. He's got over 10 All-NBA defensive selections, first or second team. Crazy resume. While I think Hakeem's peak is higher and he's better, and while I think Duncan won with less around him, I still will say Kareem probably is the answer to this question, John. But a very good question and a very hard question to answer. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, that's a bogus question, and you just gave a bogus answer. Clearly, the answer is Wembanyama. In case closed, move on to the next question. Easy answer, it's Wembanyama. Next.
He will. Wemby might be in the mix someday soon. Within the next decade or so. Maybe Wemby will be in the running for that because, yeah, it's off to a pretty freaking good start, I have to say, from Wemby. And if he can stay healthy, look out. Like the sky's the limit for his legacy. All right, Sebastian Hoyos, maybe? Sebastian Hoyos, 1961, is in next. Sebastian, what's up? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us here. And thank you for the great, what I'm sure is a great comment or question. Gary, go ahead with it from Sebastian. Oh, what are Gary's on-off numbers for Skap streams? What is that? What is that? I'm not sure exactly because I'm big on the on-offs for basketball, but is there, I'm not sure how I would apply that to Gary.
I think he may be trying to get us to fight about on-off numbers.
I see.
I'm thinking that's my guess, is that he's trying to be funny with that, because you and I can fight about that all day. But
right. I know you hate or do not like the on-offs, and I do. So I know we do. But yes, I don't know what he means. I know Gary's on-offs. Gary, you're practically never off on the streams in terms of you being on or off. You're typically on all of the Skap streams.
Except for the emergency Paul Shirley one, when you had to come on when you were on vacation.
Right.
And deal with Jason Whitlock's slander on Kobe Bryant. Had to put that dude in his place.
Right. So like Gary is more of a, he is a night, his schedule right now is structured towards late nights. So if I come on early for whatever reason or impromptu at this point, Gary would probably not be involved in those. But I typically, especially during playoff time, I come on late night and Gary is on all of those. All right, John O'Ratcliffe back in again. Like I said, probably going to start getting a bunch from John Ratcliffe here now at the end. So let's go ahead. I've got at least one more from him that I see. Go ahead, Gary, with John's latest question or comment here for us.
And just to respond to what you just said previously, I don't hate the on-off stat. I just say that it doesn't tell the whole tale. It can be misleading, but I actually think it's interesting. Like if I talk about the intangibles and you talk about the metrics, I think that poses for a very interesting, nuanced discussion. So I like hearing the on-off, but I also don't want to ignore the intangibles. I like to bring them both to the table, to the equation. Okay, so John O. Ratcliffe says, Gary, as a Bruins fan, thanks for the 2027 unprotected first since you guys won the lottery this year. Enjoy that rebuild as we enjoy a potential #1 pick. John, I don't think you have any room to talk considering that you're a Jets fan. I mean, really, is there a Jets fan?
Burn, John. I mean, that's fair. That unfortunately for you, you've got the Celtics too. Unfortunately, they puked on themselves this year in the playoffs as well. Even Ohio State, I mean, they went out sad this year, but I assume they will likely win the NCAA championship this upcoming year. So at least you got that going for you, John. But yes, the as a Jets fan, it makes it tough for you to bury Gary here. But hey, I guess I'm a Penguins fan, and they haven't won a playoff series in like a decade. So I have no room to talk either, John, if it makes you feel any better. Okay, we've got Bareface 999 in next. Who is that avatar? Who is on the I can't tell. That's
D Wade.
Oh, okay. And Bareface 999 is in. Thank you, Bareface, and welcome into you. What is the question or comment, Gary, from Bareface?
Okay, I'm thinking this may actually be Dwayne Wade. He says, "Hey, Skap, big fan of the show, even as a LeBron fan. What's something you admire or respect about LeBron's game as an all-time player, longevity aside? Be careful because Clutch is watching. You're going to clip this and try to use it against you in an argument."
I mean, it's hard to not say longevity though, but I'll take it in a different direction along the same lines as longevity, but not saying exactly longevity. Let's just say, first of all, I've said it I've said it through the years over and over again. LeBron is one of the handful of most spectacular athletes I've ever seen in my life in terms of his athletic abilities. Like the fact that he's 6'8", 260 pounds, runs like probably a sub 4.40, has like some in the 40 range, 40-inch plus range vertical leap, and the durability. Like the dude just seems to never get hurt. So like, obviously I respect that about him. And the fact that as someone who is, again, I'm roughly his exact age, and I have been an avid like worker outer from, look, I played sports when I was younger in like grade school and high school. And then as soon as I got into college, so I was active and kind of working out in some way, shape, or form because I was playing sports for practices and stuff. And then when I got to college age and I stopped like playing organized athletics, I started working out basically every day. And now for like 20 plus years, I've worked out and then so if you predate my working out in college years to when I was playing in organized athletics, I've basically been working out and like conditioning myself for basically 30 years straight now. And as someone who is in their 40s, firmly in their 40s now, who still, look, I'm in great, guys, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm in great goddamn shape. Like, I start my workout every day by doing 100 pull-ups. I'm sorry, 50 pull-ups and 100 push-ups as quickly as I can go. And generally that takes me about 5 minutes to do 100 push-ups and 50 pull-ups. I then finish off the set 100 pull-ups and 300 push-ups is the overall set that I start my workout with. From there, I do a combination of different things, weight things, specific targeted body weight or body specific muscle groups. I also walk probably 3 miles a day with my dog. I will try to force myself to run or sprint a mile every once in a while just to make sure I still have some semblance of sprinting speed. Anyway, it's hard work to stay in that kind of shape into your 40s. And the fact that LeBron James has done it and continues to do it, I think I heard something in the playoffs where he has the lowest body fat percentage of anyone on the Lakers team. He's 41 years old, and he still is arguably one of the top like 10 to 15 athletes in the NBA. So that is obviously I'm very impressed by that. And if that's a cop out, or if I'm saying longevity or whatever, and you think that I veer away from your answer, I'm sorry. But like, those are the things I do appreciate and respect about LeBron. And there's not much else, quite frankly, Bareface. So I will talk about the things, or two of the things that I do respect actually. Okay, go ahead, Gary.
I have one thing to add. I was actually really impressed his series against the Pistons, I know they weren't fully loaded in 2007. He still was not supposed to get to the finals that soon. I know he got swept, but I was actually very impressed by his performance against the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. And I was actually, I will admit, I was getting afraid at that point after seeing that. Okay, I'm like, I wasn't afraid of the Cavs beating the Spurs in the finals. I knew we were going to dog walk them, but I knew I was afraid for what LeBron was going to do in the future, because I felt kind of like the Spurs were the Pistons to the Jordan's Bulls, and that LeBron was building the Cavs in a similar way. The Cavs were building similarly to the way the Bulls were with Jordan. So I admit I was afraid. And then as soon as he started choking and then he left, everything went downhill, and he just sabotaged his own career and legacy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll say one more positive thing about LeBron, which I don't typically say, admit, or whatever, but I'll say it now as we're 3.5 hours into this stream. And, I'll just hope there's still 400 people here, but I'll just hope that this doesn't get out. I don't want people to hear too many positive things I say about LeBron, but he is a very elite floor riser when he has substandard talent around him. So like if LeBron has a really bad team around him, he will rise that team up into like 50 win kind of status, or like have them kind of looking like a contender. He'll make that team way better than what they actually are, or the sum of the pieces are. He does have that. He can do that. Even still now, I think he could do that. The problem is like when he has a stacked team that is ready to win and succeed, he chokes a lot with them, unfortunately. So like that's the problem with LeBron. Like maybe it would have been better for his legacy, to Gary's point, if he just stayed with kind of substandard pieces in Cleveland, and then people like me, like I do with Jokic, could then be defending LeBron then for years, saying, well, look at the pieces he had. Like he didn't really have viable pieces that look like he didn't have that much help, like compared to all the other great players that have won 4, 5, 6 championships. 2 or 3 rings for LeBron actually is great, like it with the pieces, the substandard pieces he had in Cleveland. But the problem is he stacked the decks. He made it too big to fail, and then he failed anyway. So because of those failures, he's now looks like a bum. Ultimately, he's trashed his own legacy. Go ahead, Gary.
We know that Kobe won with Gasol. Now, when LeBron was in the finals in 2007, he had an all-star center too. Ildastis, however you pronounce his name.
Zildrunas, yeah.
Now he was good. I'd say Pau Gasol is a little better, but not that much better. So my question is, what if you take LeBron off that Cavs team in 2007 in the finals and put Kobe on there with Ildastis and Larry Hughes and those other guys? Those other guys were custom built to complement LeBron. They likewise would complement Kobe as well. I'm not saying the Cavs with Kobe would have necessarily won the series, but they could have pushed it to 6 or 7. And who knows, if Kobe goes off like 2001 Kobe, they actually may have won that series.
Gary, Kobe would have won that series with the Cavs, because then this is why I say that. LeBron in that series shot 35% and averaged 22 points per game and had more turnovers than his entire team combined. He had an elite defense, and the team, it was actually the pieces and the complementary. I did a video on this long time ago, like 2.5 years ago, but the complementary pieces that LeBron had in 2007 was actually very, very similar to Kobe's pieces in 2008, when he played that very similar San Antonio Spurs team that had just won the championship in 2007 the year before. And Kobe in the Western Conference Finals in that series against the Spurs won in 5 games, and he averaged like 30 points per game on 55% shooting, and like single-handedly beat that Spurs team. And because fake today, real tomorrow is, well, okay, but he is coming up, but it's not a Kobe or Pau Gasol centric question. But because there was Pau Gasol specific questions, let me just go ahead and bring up what Pau Gasol did in that Western Conference Finals when Kobe won in 5 games against the same team that was the defending champion that smoked LeBron in that 07 series. Pau Gasol in that series against Duncan and company averaged 13 points per game on 44% shooting. That was Kobe's second best player on that team and the second leading scorer on that Lakers team in 2008 in the Western Conference Finals against the defending champion Spurs. Pau Gasol, 13 points on 44%, but the Lakers won in 5 because Kobe, 29 on 53%. And so therefore, yes, Gary, to your point, I think Kobe, if you put Kobe on that 07 Cavs team, they would have beat the Spurs in that finals. Go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing that they may have been able to beat them, but it needs to be side noted that Tony Parker and Ginobili were both dealing with injuries, and in that series in 08, they may have still lost.
Both played. Yeah, they both played all. They played all games, but
they played. Okay, it says Ginobili was plagued by lingering painful ankle injury throughout the playoffs. He also suffered a hand injury and lost a fingernail during the second round against the Hornets. Tony Parker suffered a sprained ankle during the playoffs and struggled to maintain his rhythm against the defensive pressure of the Lakers guards. So that probably played a role, but I'm not saying it's guaranteed the Spurs would have won. They may have still lost, but I know it would have been a lot tighter than 5 games. But I still give credit to Kobe. Kobe is still that guy though. So
in the just to drive this point home, in the 2007 finals, the Spurs averaged 86.5 points per game in the 2007 finals, Gary. In the 2008 series against the Lakers, 88.4 points per game. So very similar. Actually, they averaged 2 more points per game in the 08 series against the Lakers than they did against the Cavs in the 07 finals. So like the Cavs defense was elite that year and like really limited. It was just LeBron was such a choke artist in that series and played so poorly that they just couldn't overcome his failures in clutch time. And overall, just a terrible series from him. But it's all speculative, but I can guarantee you it would have been a hell of a lot closer than 4-0. If Kobe was in, it wouldn't have been a 4-0 sweep. That would have been a really tight, hard fought, probably 6 or 7 game series. Okay, we've got AJ O'Henry is in next. AJ O'Henry 447. What's up, AJ? Welcome into you.
So, Skap, we all know about Mike Clown, but I was only 6 when it happened. So I'm wondering, how funny was it watching LeBron melt down against Dallas? Well, Mike Clown wasn't coaching LeBron at that time, if that's what AJ O'Henry thinks.
Yeah, it was obviously it was Spoelstra. And it's the worst performance in NBA history. It is the worst choke job in NBA history when you really consider it and factor it all in. LeBron, the back-to-back 2-time league MVP, teams up with Dwayne Wade, who finished like 3rd in MVP the year before, behind LeBron and Kobe. And then they recruit Chris Bosh. And they run through the playoffs, and they get to the Mavericks, who have literally just Dirk Nowitzki, and that's it. I mean, Jason Terry was their next best player, who was coming off the bench and the 6th man. And they were up 2-1, and they were up like 9 or 10 in the 4th quarter of game 4 to go up 3-1, and LeBron and Wade were joking around, chucking it up with each other, laughing, making fun of Dirk Nowitzki, and then they lost. They fell apart in the fourth quarter of game 4 to get even 2-2, and then never won another game. And it was while Dwayne Wade averaged like 27.5 points per game that series on 50%, and Bosh was averaging 17 and 10, and the back-to-back league MVP, who said that they were going to win 8 championships, like 6 months earlier, completely imploded like we've never seen. It is whatever you want to say about James Harden or whatever, any chokes we've seen in recent years. I promise you, they all pale in comparison to the worst choke job in NBA history, LeBron James in 2011. It was, AJ, typically the things in my lifetime, like the things that this series, the wins, the whatever that I celebrate the most are things my teams are winning. But the 2011 NBA Finals is one of my very favorite moments in NBA history for just a team that I hated so much seeing them lose, because it was such a hilarious and epic failure. So, AJ, I'm sorry that you were only 6 years old. I wish I was that young. I was, 2011, I was like in my mid-20s. So I remember that very well. I'll never forget it. And yeah, hopefully you catch a couple videos on my channel to regale you with what a hilarious and epic meltdown it really was. Okay, Fake Today, Real Tomorrow's back in, not with something about Pau Gasol this time. So go ahead. It's about Jim Carrey movies, because I said I was not a big Jim Carrey fan. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, so first he trolled you. Now he's trolling me. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is easily the best Jim Carrey movie. That is so inaccurate. Should have won the Oscar over $1 Million Baby. Kate Winslet is great in it.
I did not see either $1 Million Baby or Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. So I cannot intelligently discuss either. But Gary, why do you take such offense to him saying Eternal? Because I do know Eternal Sunshine is extraordinarily well regarded and well received critically. So why are you giving so much venom and pushback to his take there?
When you say easily, like it's just common sense, the best movie. No, it's not easily, first of all. If you want to say in your opinion that's your favorite Jim Carrey movie, that's fine. But Jim Carrey has made one of the solidified, cemented, all-time great movies, and I don't care. I'll fight you and everyone in this chat. I understand opinions vary. It's not for everyone. But the genius, the writing, Dumb and Dumber, it is immaculate. The writing, the dialogue, the script from the Farley brothers, from beginning to end, so many hilarious lines, the subtlety, the writing, just every scene has something subtle in it. Like you can go back and watch Dumb and Dumber countless times and pick up on something that you completely overlooked upon a previous viewing. And then not to mention the performance from Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels. Just immaculate acting. Here's what I base a good performance on. Do you believe that you're looking at an actor or a character? When you watch Dumb and Dumber, you really think you really see the characters. That's what I was talking about when Michael B. Jordan won the Academy Award for Sinners, which is just insane. I felt like I was just watching Michael B. Jordan portray some characters on screen. When you watch Daniel Day-Lewis play Abraham Lincoln, I feel like I'm watching Abraham Lincoln. I don't feel like I'm looking at Daniel Day-Lewis. What, you don't like that performance of Lincoln?
No, I'm sorry. I was just looking ahead, and I'm sorry. Ruthless Raider just Ruthless Raider just cracks me up. He said something. Sorry, Gary. No.
Jeff Daniels.
No, I agree with you on the Lincoln. Daniel Day-Lewis is, to me, he's not like the best movie star, obviously, because movie stars and actors are different. But Daniel Day-Lewis is probably the single best actor in recorded cinematic history. The guy is method through and through. It's wild what he does. Gary, I heard about his process he was in The Last of the Mohicans, the movie, when he was young in his career. He went to wherever they were filming that movie months in advance of the movie starting principal shooting on location. He built a cabin himself using tools only that he could have found back when the novel was set in, and then hunted for his food with weaponry only that would have been available to him back then. And he lived like that for months before shooting. And then he lived there during filming and stayed in character the whole time they were filming. That is insane. That is such next level and so impressive that there's just no one like that dude during like better. There's no one better. So the fact that you're saying Lincoln, yes, because he lived as Abraham Lincoln probably for like a year before he started filming Lincoln. It's nuts.
That's an Oscar winner.
So look,
not
while
Michael
I
B. Jordan.
agree completely with your take there, Dumb and Dumber is one of the most overrated movies I think ever.
No, do you know how many lines are just ingrained in society from that movie? Like, you're telling me there's a chance that came from Dumb and Dumber? Are you telling me that line was not hilarious when he said, just give it to me straight? What is a girl like me and a guy like you? What are the chances of us ending up together? And she's like, not very good. He's like, not very good, like 1 in 100. She's like, I'd say more like 1 in 1,000,000. And he looks sad, and then his eyes pan up. So you're telling me there's a chance? Now that's cliche. But back in the day, the first time you saw it, it was hilarious. There's a knock on the door, and the man says, Mary, I have some bad news about your husband. And Jim Carrey looks over, husband? What was all that 1 in 1,000,000 talk? It's just dialogue like that that's written from the Farley brothers. Every scene has, just like when they're at the diner, no one thinks about this. They're sitting there looking at the jukebox at the diner. And he's like, oh, they've got the Monkees. They were a big inspiration for the Beatles. And then the other one's like, oh, yeah, I know that. Everyone knows that. Which is just obviously a stupid, subtle line. But every scene had some line that was funny, some subtle expression from some character or something, because that's the genius of the Farley brothers. When they went up to Seabass and offered to pick up his check, and then they went over to the cashier and they're like, hey, Seabass and the Fells offered to pick up the check. And the cashier looks over at Seabass and he waves his hand up like he's paying. That was genius. Then they storm out. They think they're getting chased down. And Harry says, oh, that was a genius plan. Where'd you learn that? How'd you come up with that idea? He goes, oh, I saw it in the movie once. He goes, oh, that's genius. What happened in the movie? He goes, oh, well, did they get away with it scot-free? And he's like, no, they caught up with him a mile down the road and slit his throat. It was a good one. But yet he still thought to carry out the plan. It's just dialogue. It's not even Jim Carrey. It was Jim Carrey carrying it through, but it was the dialogue written by the Farley brothers. Shallow Hal was another hilarious one. Shallow Hal's not funny for the Farley brothers. When Jason Alexander was at the club and Hal was dancing on those girls who Hal thought were hot, but they were like, wildebeests or whatever. And Jason Alexander can't believe his eyes. And then Hal looks at him and waves him off, and he's looking all excited. Yeah, Shallow Hal was hilarious.
Gary, we just got to agree to disagree on these.
Yeah.
I am not a fan. I saw the movie. Like, I know I'm familiar with all the stuff. I'm just not a big fan of their stuff. We talked earlier about I'm not a big fan of certain comedies. I think growing up, Dumb and Dumber and Tommy Boy were two movies that got a lot of love.
I didn't like Tommy Boy.
I didn't like either of those movies at all. I'm looking at the Farley brothers filmography now. Like, I mean, I like.
You saw Shallow Hal? You watched it?
Yes.
You didn't think it was funny when she was at the diner and the chair crashed and he goes, "What is this cheap material made out of?" And the manager goes, "Steel." And then he says to the guys are poking fun of her weight. And then he says, "Oh, you're laughing at me because of my stomach? Well, when you're with your pillow tonight, just remember, I'm with her." You didn't think that was funny?
Gary, I'm looking at the filmography, like I said right now. I like Kingpin, There's Something About Mary, and that's literally it on their entire filmography. I have not yet seen The Greatest Beer Run Ever, though, and I do want to see that. I do want to see that one. So
Myself, and Irene is good too, because you said you hadn't seen that one. It's worth watching.
Not a big fan of. Just not a big fan of those that style, and like definitely not Jim Carrey in general. Okay. Sorry, DGang 1498 is in next. Go ahead, and there will be more response, by the way, on the Eternal Sunshine thing. So we'll go with DGang 1498 though next, and see if we can get back on the sports roll here or not. Go ahead, Gary.
Have this year's playoffs disappointed you personally, and as a creator, what would make this postseason feel more fulfilling?
Yeah, totally. DJing. It has disappointed me as a creator because I am tied a lot and I like Nikola Jokic quite a bit. And not just that, I think Nikola Jokic and Victor Wembanyama would have been a crazy compelling matchup to see. Like, I think the best offensive player by far in the NBA versus the best defensive player by far in the NBA who play the same position and who have a history together already. I think that would have been an amazing matchup in the second round. And I quite frankly think, look, no one to blame but the Nuggets. No one to blame but that bum trash team and franchise for them failing in the first round. So, like, it is what it is. But yes, I'm disappointed that we got cheated out of Vic versus Jokic. And I think for whatever reason, the Timberwolves match up very favorably against the Nuggets, and they don't match up well at all against the Spurs. But the Nuggets do match up very well against the Spurs and not so good against the Timberwolves. So, like, while I still think with the injuries the Nuggets had and how good the Spurs are playing, I don't think that the Nuggets would have beaten the Spurs. But it would have been highly compelling theater. They would have put up a much better fight in that series than the Timberwolves did. So yes, I'm disappointed by that. But other than that, and I'm disappointed that Kevin Durant bitched out of that first round. I wish we would have got KD versus LeBron in that first round, and we didn't. So I'm disappointed by that too. And look, Boston choking and flailing out of the playoffs too was kind of disappointing. I think they would have been more of a compelling watch as well down the stretch in the playoffs. But it is what it is. And overall, I think the playoffs have been pretty good. The defense has been good. I'd say the effort by most of these players and teams has been very good. So overall, it's been good, I think. But yes, me individually, there are things I certainly would have liked to see more or better that I didn't get to see. Okay, AJ O'Henry is back in. What's up, AJ? Go ahead. I think there was a correction on the Mike Clown comment. Go ahead, Gary.
Yep, my fault. I was talking about Mike Clown currently, LOL. But after playoffs, I think you should make a video about the overrated Matthew Stafford. Yeah, that's not accurate.
So I'm with Gary here, I think. I don't think Matt Stafford is overrated particularly. His numbers are ridiculous. You know, him losing this last year did kind of hurt. I thought the Rams would win the Super Bowl. I think like in week 14, if you asked me who was going to win the Super Bowl, I would have said resoundingly Matt Stafford and the Rams. And then I thought Matt Stafford would have been the MVP, which he did ultimately win that. But then you would have been talking about Matt Stafford, top 10 in yards, top 10 in touchdowns, 2 Super Bowls, and a league MVP. Like, that's not overrated to me at all. The loss this year kind of hurt him to me, especially because the Seahawks won that. Like, the team in their division, who I think the Rams were better than. So we'll see. I still don't think he's overrated, but we'll see. Look, the Rams to me are the favorites now this year. The Super Bowl is in LA in their building. So I think the Rams will have as good of a look at it as anybody this year. And if Matt Stafford gets that second Super Bowl with the league MVP now and all the numbers he has, I think we can start talking maybe, not yet, AJ, not yet. But if he gets the Super Bowl this year, he's going to have a top 10 case all time, I think. Ruthless Raider is back in. Gary, I'll take these next two from Ruthless Raider real quick, just because I love this. I can't wait to read his next one. Where do you rank the bearded blowfish all time? I don't know exactly who he's talking about here, Gary. Do you think it's LeBron or James Harden? I would guess James Harden. Yeah, James Harden.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, but much like Gary last time when Gary and I were arguing, he said, I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. I have to agree with, but I do know ballpark. I think he's somewhere around 30th. If you pressed me for an answer, I think. I would say right around 30. He's like 10th or 9th. He'll be 7th or 6th maybe all time in scoring. He had 3 elite years in a row where he could have honestly won the MVP any or all of those 3 years. But he's an utter failure in the playoffs, and he is an unethical hooper and a free throw grifter as well. So his individual statistics would warrant much higher, but I think realistically somewhere between 30 to 35 is where I would probably have him. Ruthless Raider is in next, or check Braun in Eternal Mind of the Splattered Drawers. Just a ridiculous, man. Ruthless Raider, he just cracks me up. Ruthless Raider, he cracks me up. I can't help it. It's just,
I'm so sorry that Dumb and Dumber can't keep up with the highbrow humor of Ruthless Raider and Skap Attack with all the bathroom humor.
That's fair.
Maybe Ace Ventura is more up your alley. Where
Also, he made the butt jokes.
I hated Ace Ventura. It was so dumb, like pretending that he was talking through his butt or whatever. It was just so stupid and immature. Again, I stress the dialogue was very clever in Dumb and Dumber, but I'll let it go.
Also, Ace Ventura I hate, but I will say Dan Marino, underrated performance in Ace Ventura. He had a hilarious, I thought it was crazy how big his role was, honestly. And I thought he was pretty funny and good in that movie. Okay. Fake Today, Real Tomorrow is in next. Go ahead and read this one, Gary.
Spotless Mind won Best Screenplay Oscar. Young Marlon Brando is the greatest film actor. 77 Sixers are the greatest finals choke job versus Portland.
Portland is like one of the most random. Portland that year is one of the most random champions of all time. Like by far one of the most random, like one hit wonders or whatever. Some of that is because of injury, but I do agree that Sixers, or that year that Portland won, was a totally random year. In terms of Marlon Brando, I gotta say, look, Fake Today, Real Tomorrow. I don't know how new you are to this show, but I talk movies. Gary and I talk movies a lot. I'm a huge movie fan. I always say it. There's a difference between movie stars and actors. I think Tom Cruise is the greatest movie star ever. And I don't think it's relatively close. And I'm going back all the way to the golden era of Hollywood and the star system. I think Tom Cruise, may Potter the fourth, is the single greatest movie star that has ever existed. In terms of actors, like actual like acting ability, I don't even know if I've mentioned it on here, but Daniel Day-Lewis, Jack Nicholson, Marlon Brando are my big three. So the fact that you say Marlon Brando is the greatest, I wouldn't necessarily push back too much because he is in my top three. The best performance I've ever seen, I think, is Jack Nicholson, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is why I put Jack Nicholson favorably in my top three greatest actors of all time in terms of acting ability. But yes, young Marlon Brando and A Streetcar Named Desire in particular and The Waterfront are two of my personal all-time favorite movies. One of them would probably make top 10, as does Chinatown, again, Jack Nicholson. But I won't fight with you on Marlon Brando. Though, personally, give the check mark to Daniel Day-Lewis. The next best performance I think I've ever seen after One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest would be My Left Foot, which is a Daniel Day-Lewis masterclass performance in which he outdueled Tom Cruise for Born on the 4th of July, which could have any other year in history been an Oscar for Tom Cruise. But Daniel Day-Lewis, My Left Foot, just one of the best performances ever that same year, unfortunately. I think it was 92. But good take on Marlon Brando. Go ahead, Gary.
You know what I think is the best performance I've seen? Like I said, when you're looking at the screen, do you believe that you're watching the actor or a character? Like I've said, when we watched Dark Knight, we didn't see Heath Ledger. We really did. We saw the Joker. So this is my point. Billy Bob Thornton and Sling Blade. I don't even see Billy Bob Thornton, and there's no prosthetics and there's no makeup. He simply changes the expression on his face and the inflection in his voice. Voila, he's transformed into an entirely different character. I've never seen a performance like that in my life. So that's my personal favorite.
Let me just say, Gary, Billy Bob, I agree with you, is a tremendous actor. I think that performance was great. And just in general, he was in Gary, did you see the show Fargo? It's a cast that changes every year. There's like 4 seasons, but it's what's the word? An anthology or whatever. So it's a changing cast every time. The first season, though, was Billy Bob was the lead vessel, and it was a terrific season. So you should see it. And then, Gary, did you watch Landman?
No, that's a current show, correct?
It is, with Billy Bob.
Demi Moore?
Demi's in it too, yes.
Okay.
You should watch it. It's a terrific show. It's 2 seasons in. Billy Bob Thornton. I'm a big Billy Bob Thornton fan. So I agree with you, Gary, on that 100%. The other one, if we're just talking singular performances, I do just want to give a shout out. I don't want to get too, I just love talking movies. I know we're 4 hours in and I do want to go to bed, but I just love talking movies and performances. Matthew McConaughey has one of the weirdest careers. This dude was a heartthrob, rom-com specialist for 20 years. And then he turned in one of the best years ever in acting history. That season 1 of True Detectives was a ridiculous, one of the greatest single season performances I've ever seen. And that same year, he did Dallas Buyers Club, which is one of the all-time great performances. This guy goes from this heartthrob hunk, B-movie kind of guy to delivering that performance. It's one of the 5 or 6 best performances I've ever seen. And to your point, I didn't see Matthew McConaughey in that role. That was just he just transformed himself in that. It was a crazy performance.
He did show signs of great acting even before that. If you remember in 96, A Time to Kill. He was very good in that. And then he went the heartthrob rom-com role for a few years, fizzled out, and then came back with a vengeance, started doing dramas and stuff, and turned into a tremendous actor to the point the way he was in A Time to Kill.
You know, Gary, I saw an interview with him once, and it was so compelling. It was such a great watch, and it's such an inspirational story that he tells in it. You should go and find it, and people should look into it. He said that he wanted to change his trajectory, and he wanted to be different, and he wanted to stop just taking these crappy rom-com movies. But nobody saw him after 15, 20 years of it or whatever. No one saw him as anything else. And nobody thought that he had the ability to do anything else. So he had to just start turning everything down. And he said he didn't work for like a year or two. He said it was like 2 years almost where he just didn't work because he wasn't getting any of the roles that he wanted. And none of the roles were coming along, and no one would let him read for any real dramatic roles. And all he kept getting were these shitty rom-com movies. And after like a year of not working, his agent brought him the same script for like the third time. And it was like, it was a shitty rom-com movie. And he was like, you know, I turned it down. Like they came to me the first time, and it was like an offer, and I hadn't worked for like a year, and it was like for $4 million. And I said, no, I'm not going to take that. That's not the direction I want to go. And he said, it came back in again for like $8 million. And I said, no, I don't even want to audition for this. I don't want it. And then it came back in again for like 10 million. And he said, no, like this isn't the direction. And he said, it came back in again for 15 million. And I said, I said, let me read it again. Let me see if I could see myself in that, because it was 15 million now. And he's like, and I read it and I started seeing it differently. And I'm like, maybe, yes, I think maybe. But then he said, ultimately I passed on it because I knew that if I didn't see myself as different, no one else would too. So he said, he just kept saying no and holding out. And eventually he got that one opportunity, and then everything changed for him from there. And now, like, he does deliver he just shows at times like he has delivered some good, but none reached the level of Dallas Buyers Club, but a deserving Academy Award win for him in that movie. It was just
what movie did he turn down all those times?
I honestly don't. He didn't say what the movie actually was, but it was a really good interview, and like a really like raw moment where he's like basically admitted like he just worked himself into a corner by taking easy movies and like easy paydays. And like, he just felt like he was at a point in his career where he needed to become something more and different. And it just wasn't happening for him. So he just had to make it happen. Like, he just had to say no until he started getting the offers and the opportunities that he really wanted. So that was, I think McConaughey is just such an interesting guy. And he's had such an interesting career. So that's one of the great, like, top, like 5 or 6 performances I think I've ever seen. So from that conversation to Ruthless Raider 78, who wants us to know that Zion was fantastic in The Nutty Professor. That, of course, was not Zion. It was Eddie Murphy in a fat suit. But point well taken, Ruthless Raider. All right, we've got...
And Eddie Murphy went the opposite end of Matthew McConaughey. He was doing great movies in the 80s, and then somewhere in the middle of the 90s started taking a bunch of Daddy Daycare, Nutty Professor, Dr. Doolittle. We're like, what the hell happened to 48 Hours, Beverly Hills Cop, Eddie Murphy? I want that Eddie Murphy back.
It was bad, Gary. It was bad. Like, he was so elite in the 1980s.
In the 80s.
He was Gary, he was like 21 in the first Beverly Hills Cops. Like, for a guy in the 80s, I felt the same way about Tom Cruise, who was like 23 in Top Gun, the first Top Gun. Like, for guys like Eddie Murphy at that age and Tom Cruise at the age in Top Gun to carry like a new, like, it's not like it's some ensemble movie or some superhero movie. That is like an original movie like with some kind of unknown young actor that just bursts onto the stage and like by the strength and the megawatt nature of their own charisma and star power, like pulls these movies to like huge, crazy slam dunk box office, like monster hauls, like when they're in their early 20s. And then Eddie Murphy just had a stranglehold on the 80s. And then, yeah, somewhere in the 90s, it was just like, it went all bad. And like, it's basically just not been good ever since. It's been sad to watch. I think he had like one big comeback in Dreamgirls or something like that. He was nominated, I think, for an Oscar. But other than that, it's been not good for Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Okay, Spartan is back in with a hot take. Oh, and another movie. I like that we're into the movie portion of our show now, Gary. Go ahead with Spartan 4196's take here on movies.
Well, one of these days after the season, we're gonna do a movie live stream on my movie channel, and that thing may be like 6 hours may pass before we know it, because I have a feeling every time I mention something, it's going to give you an idea to talk about it, and vice versa. And before we know it, anyhow, he says, Spartan, welcome. He says, hot take, Hot Fuzz is the best cop movie of all time. Peak comedy, quality action, and you notice something new every time you watch.
That certainly is a very hot take. I mean, I like Hot Fuzz. That's the Simon Pegg trilogy or whatever, which is like The World's End and Shaun of the Dead or whatever that zombie comedy movie was, starring the same, about the same cast. I like those movies and I like Pegg, but I mean, I just got done talking about, I love the Beverly Hills Cops trilogy. I loved the Lethal Weapon movies in the 80s too, like particularly the first one. With Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. I mean, there's so many great cop and really cop.
48 hours. 48 hours to our point. That may be and Beverly Hills Cop.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think Hot Fuzz beats Beverly Hills Cop 1 or 2 or 48 Hours, or even another 48 Hours was also very good.
Yeah. I mean, that is a very loaded category. There's a lot of great buddy comedy team up cop movies. There's a lot of great action comedy cop movies. There's a lot of just great cop movies in general as well, like gritty, whatever, like crime drama movies. That I am not comfortable, Spartan, saying Hot Fuzz is the best cop movie of all time, but that is certainly a very hot take. And you know I love the movie Hot Takes for sure.
It is very well acclaimed though.
It is
very well hot. Yeah, it
is.
For sure.
It is. And it is, like I said, those Simon Pegg, I liked all three of them. The zombie one and the World's End one, where they're on the pub crawl and like the aliens are like trying to destroy the earth. Like all very good movies. And in that World's End one, I believe Rosamund Pike is one of the principal actresses in that. And I am a big Rosamund fan.
The one from Gone Girl?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you see the one where Peter Dinklage was in there? Where she scammed the older retirement people? She's so good in the role. The movie is so interesting. She scams elder people, and she's scamming this elder woman and doesn't know that her family is related to the mafia. And Peter Dinklage is like the head of the mafia. This dude is terrifying when he wants to be.
Yeah.
Peter Dinklage is
Yeah.
Top notch. Okay, let's get on to the next one. I'll be talking about movies all day. Let's get on to the next one. Sorry.
Okay, let's see here. Ruthless Raider 78. It's a quickie. I'll take it. Where do you have Joker and Lestool Softener all time? Pretty tight on each other. I think LeBron's around 10, and I've got Jokic probably around 12 or 13. So pretty tight right now. And Jokic, of course, is 31 years old. So some things can still happen. I could still see a world where Nikola Jokic eclipses LeBron. I think Jokic's peak is better than LeBron's at this point. I need more, though. I need like a championship, another MVP, 5 more years of this level so one of those things has to be true for me to get Jokic above LeBron end of the day. But there's a couple guys like Giannis is right around there too. So if Giannis does something else, maybe he can. So and now Wemby's sniffing around SGA with what he's doing earlier. There's multiple pathways for me to get LeBron out of my top 10 because he's 10 now. And like I said, there's many guys who are still active and still have a lot of years left to write some things into their legacies. So Ruthless Raider, they're close. I still have LeBron slightly above, but objects in the mirror are closer than they appear for LeBron with Jokic in the rear view there. All right, we've got Spartan 4196 is back in with another basketball question. Go ahead, Gary, with this. Actually, a crossover basketball hockey question. Go ahead, Gary.
Who's the biggest waste of potential? Anthony Edwards, Josh Allen, or Connor McDavid?
It's tough. I don't think Connor McDavid is not in the conversation to me. The guy he's crazy good. And hockey, look, I think in terms of like your ability to impact winning championships, I want to say probably basketball, you have the best shot at it. Probably next would be maybe like quarterback at football. I guess maybe then hockey and then baseball. But like, look, Connor McDavid, I don't think he is not underachieved in any playoffs. Like, I think he just needs a change of venue. Maybe he has to leave that team. Maybe they need to go in a different direction with his principal pieces. But I don't think Connor McDavid has been the reason for any kinds of failures. Look, Josh Allen has been unbelievable in the playoffs until fair enough this last year. He had the game against Denver, inexcusable. Some of the turnovers he had, awful. The fumble before halftime, terrible. No excuse. Full stop. But the rest of his career, he's been so good. He had like going into that Denver game, he had like 36 touchdowns and 4 turnovers in his postseason career. Like, what more do you want from this guy? Like, maybe his bum-ass coach and special teams and defense doesn't throw away a lead that they have that they should have beat the Chiefs when they were up when they were up 3 with like 14 seconds left. And they had that special teams meltdown, and then Patrick Mahomes let him get into field goal range, and then they won the coin toss, and the Chiefs won the game then because they won the coin toss. Like, that's not on Josh Allen. So, like, I mean, I guess if these are the 3 names you're asking me, I guess it would have to be Anthony Edwards at this point. Though as much shit as I talk on Anthony Edwards, I don't think there's any one year that Anthony Edwards should have won the NBA championship. Perhaps he's flamed out in series he shouldn't have. I think they should have went to the NBA Finals against Boston when Dallas went. I think he could have been more competitive this series than he was. But like, I don't think Anthony Edwards isn't like leaving championships on the table or anything. So really, I don't think any of these guys are wastes of potential. Also, there's still, look, I think McDavid is around 30. He's like 29 or 30, which is young for hockey. Josh Allen is 30-ish, which is young for quarterback. And Anthony Edwards is like 24, which is young for an NBA player. So like, there's still time for these guys to write their legacies and rewrite the narratives about them that's going on right now about them. So I don't think Spartan, I wouldn't say any of them are wastes or failures at this point. But if you forced me to answer the question with one of the 3, it would probably be Anthony Edwards. All right. The punished Rob Thames is in and obviously still punished. He came in on the first live stream we did this year, 3 weeks ago, or however long ago it was. He was punished then. He's punished now. Oh my goodness. And this is going to be one of the worst takes that we've had uttered in this space. Go ahead. And that's after I said that Jack Nicholson is one of my 3 best actors of all time. So no shade on Jack Nicholson or any hatred on him, but this is just not right. Go ahead, Gary.
It's kind of hard to read this, but yeah, it's a matter. These Jokers are very different. So in personal taste, you could just say, I just enjoyed that more cartoony version of Jack Nicholson's Joker more than the gritty, serious version from Heath Ledger. That would be fine. But the acting performance itself, I don't even think it's an opinion. I mean, Heath Ledger was just, it's just a stronger acting performance. Doesn't mean it's going to be your favorite performance. If you want to say you prefer Jack Nicholson's campy Joker, that's perfectly fine. But to say the acting performance, so let me ask you, Punished Rob Thames, if you're still in there, can you agree with me that Ledger's acting was actually stronger, but you just prefer Jack Nicholson's campy version? Or are you literally saying that Jack Nicholson's performance was stronger acting than Heath Ledger's? Please clarify for me in the chat. I'm going to look out. Sorry for the delay. Let me read it. Jack Nicholson's Joker was far better than Heath Ledger's. Also, Tommy Lee Jones is very underrated.
Well, Tommy underrated as what? As an actor or as Two-Face, a villain in a Batman movie?
Yeah, hopefully not, because that was really campy. That was not a very good performance. Tommy Lee's a great performer. I don't think he's underrated. I think he gets a lot of respect. I think people, maybe his movies don't blow up. Maybe that's what he means.
I do love Tommy Lee Jones. He is great. He is an Academy Award winner. He won for, I believe, The Fugitive, Best Supporting Actor Academy Award in The Fugitive. And he's a terrific. Go, Gary, did Punish Rob Thames get back to us?
He's hold on. I need to get an oxygen mask on. I'm trying to compose myself. Nicholson was better as an actor.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with this one for sure. Rob, you deserve to be punished. I've been saying for 3.5, 4 weeks, I hope you're not punished anymore. You deserve punishment for this take. This is a bad take, Rob. It's just not right. And again, I'm saying Jack Nicholson delivered one of the greatest performances, if not the greatest I've ever seen in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And he's one of the 3 best actors, I think, of all time on my list. But he wasn't better in his performance as the Joker or in his portrayal of the Joker than Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger was absolute next level. Like, one of, to me, the 3 best performances in movie history for a villain. I would say Anthony Hopkins, Hannibal Lecter, Javier Bardem, Anton Chigurh, and Heath Ledger, the Joker. That's it. That's my list. 3 best villain performances ever. And all of them, by the way, FYI, won Academy Awards for their portrayals. Heath Ledger was Daniel Day-Lewis style to prep for the Joker. He secluded himself in some 1-bedroom apartment in New York. He would put on his costume and like ride the subway at 4 a.m. And journal. Like, he had no TV or cell phone or anything for like months in prepping for that role. He did his own makeup for the movie. Like, and famously, when he showed up in the scene in the penthouse, they didn't know that scene, that they didn't really know that he was going to appear for that scene. And Michael Caine was legitimately terrified of Heath Ledger in that scene. So like, it's just not close. The Jack Nicholson Joker and the Heath Ledger Joker. It's just not a close conversation, I don't think. But I do agree with you, Rob, on your second point about Tommy Lee Jones being underrated. Gary, anything to add to that, or just that you agree with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I would debate more, but I think Jack Nicholson's a great actor, but I think there's a slew of other actors who actually have a higher range than he does. But that's a discussion for another day, but just something to kind of brainstorm. And Rob says don't argue because he's right. So I guess he's right. So case closed. I guess Jack Nicholson was robbed of the Oscar How did he not get an Oscar for that Joker performance? I guess we'll never know.
I love Jack. Look, I love Jack. I love Tom Cruise, obviously. So I love the movie. One of my favorite Tom Cruise movies is A Few Good Men. So I love Jack Nicholson's performance as Colonel Jessup in that one. I love Jack Nicholson. But it's just not, that ain't the right take, I don't think. All right, fake today, real tomorrow, back in again with a dissenting movie star. Is this Marilyn Monroe that he's talking about as the greatest movie star? Go ahead, Gary.
Marilyn is the greatest movie star. Godfather, best film. GOATs, Babe Ruth Ohtani, Jim Brown, Jordan Gretzky, Sugar Ray Robinson, Secretariat, Vin Scully.
Yeah, I mean, just agree to disagree on this stuff. Tom Cruise, best movie star, not Marilyn Monroe. I'm not a big Godfather fan. I've seen the trilogy probably 2 times through. I don't like mob things, mafia movies. Like I'm just not a fan. Didn't like The Sopranos either. I saw it all the way through. I know it's good, just like I know the Godfather film is good, but just not my cup of tea. I've gone through my top 5 to 10 favorite movies ever before. I can't say the best film ever. I just can't. I've seen, I don't know, 15, 20,000 movies. I can't say what is the best. I can give my top 5 or 10, but really in no particular order. The baseball goats, you're right, are Ruth and Ohtani. Certainly I disagree with, I agree Jordan is the basketball goat. Gretzky is the hockey goat. I will thoroughly and full-heartedly disagree that it's Tom Brady is the football goat. The guy who has the most wins in NFL history, the most yards in NFL history, the most touchdowns in NFL history, the most playoff wins in NFL history, who has been to more Super Bowls than any franchise ever and won more Super Bowls than any franchise ever. That guy is definitely the GOAT in my opinion, but to each their own. Fake today, real tomorrow. Secretariat, we can also agree on. I'm not good enough on boxing to say that Sugar Ray Robinson is the GOAT. I know he's in the mix or the conversation. Obviously, you've got to throw like Ali in there. I want to say just for name recognition alone. And then I hate to say it because I hate this guy, but Floyd Mayweather is like and because he's not a heavyweight, like I feel, but neither is Sugar Ray for that matter. But I feel like just for his defensive style of fighting and the fact that he was never beaten really, other than I believe one controversial decision in the Olympics. But other than that, like I hate him. I watch him. I bought his fights for years, waiting and wanting and hoping to see him lose. And the fact that he never did, I think he's got to be at least mentioned in the conversation, unfortunately, much to my dismay as well.
Wasn't that political? Didn't he duck a lot of guys who were like in their primes and stuff?
I don't know. I don't think so, Gary. I think it's just he wasn't in a necessarily like a great era of that like the weight class that he was at. Like
didn't he duck Manny Pacquiao when Manny was in his prime? Because he fought Manny later on.
Yeah, but Manny was still younger. So even when Floyd fought him, Manny was still younger. And he fought De La Hoya at least once, maybe twice, and he beat De La Hoya's ass. So I don't know. I just feel like several times I was thinking he was going to lose, and he just never would. He never did. I hate him, honestly. But I do respect him as a fighter and as a technical defensive fighter. Ruthless Raider 78 is back, and I'll take it real quick. Gary, Braun was exceptional in Juwanna Man and Flop. Oh, man, I'll tell you, Ruthless Raider never disappoints. In fact, he's back in back-to-back, Gary. I'll take this one, too, real quick. Is Bronny's acting performance as an NBA player convincing? I'd say not very, honestly. No. Yeah, not very, Gary. I think we're on the same page on this one. He's quite frankly.
No Oscars.
Yeah, no Oscars. Maybe a Razzie. I don't know. Do they still do the Razzies? I don't think so.
I think so.
They do? Okay. So he would be up for maybe a Razzie for a convincing NBA player.
I just looked it up. Funny coincidence. You said My Left Foot and born on the 4th of July, happened to fall in the same year as Batman. So Jack Nicholson's was clearly robbed from Daniel Day-Lewis of winning Best Performance for Joker.
Right, you are, Gary. You're right. That was 89, I think, is what, or 89, 9. It was probably 90 for 89 show. Right. I said 92 incorrectly earlier. I was thinking of obviously 92 was A Few Good Men. Well, actually, that came out. So I was just confusing you. Yes, Tom Cruise, 89, and then Top Gun was 84, I want to say. So, in fact, Top Gun is in his 40th Annie this week. It was like this week, 40 years ago, the original Top Gun came out. So it has flown back into theaters, Gary, for this week and this week only, along with Top Gun 2 Maverick is also
86.
86, right? 86. Yeah, I only wish it was 20 years. I only wish because I would be younger if it was the 40-year anniversary from 84 right now. But yes, I want to see those movies in theaters if I can. Also, In the Gray is out in theaters, a Guy Ritchie film, I believe, I think Guy Ritchie did it, starring Henry Cavill and Jake Gyllenhaal is in theaters this week too. I definitely want to catch that in theaters if I can as well. Spartan 4196 is in. Gary, go ahead and read this latest one from Spartan.
Follow up. Whose team failed them the most? Herbert, Jokic, or Ovechkin? Is that how I say that?
Yeah, Alexander Ovechkin. I would say Jokic, Spartan, for sure. Maybe perhaps not this season in particular, but definitely over the course of, like, if we're talking Herbert, Ovechkin, and Jokic's careers, let's just say it's definitely Jokic. It's 100% Jokic. When he was in the midst of his peak in the first 2 league MVPs, he didn't even have Jamal Murray at all. He was out completely in the playoffs, both playoff runs. Then Murray is systematically crapped in his pants every year except for one, basically, in the playoffs, as has his entire roster, basically. So it's most certainly Jokic. The guy who in like 90 career playoff games, or how much ever, 98 playoff games for Jokic, he's averaging like 28, 12, and 8 on 56% shooting in 98 games, and he's got one piddly championship to show for it. It's definitely him, in my opinion. Okay, and finally, gosh, I hope we can get out of here, Gary. 4.5 hours, but it's been 75 super chats tonight. It's just crazy. Thank you guys so much. Ruthless Raider 78 could potentially be our last comment here. I sure would like to get to bed. I don't know about you, Gary, but go ahead and read us Ruthless Raider 78's comment.
Is Bronny having his best performance as we speak?
Probably not. Maybe his best performance will come in his next walk of life, whatever that might be. Maybe as CEO of some company for Pops. See what other nepotism grab Bronny can get next. I feel bad ultimately for Bronny. I think he's actually a good kid, and maybe he stayed in college for 4 years and come out and he would have been a better, more seasoned and ready pro when he came out than if he had time to mature and learn more at the collegiate level. And his dad wasn't such a narcissistic kind of blowhard that had to chalk his career in the NBA up to his own career achievements for LeBron, as he said that it is his greatest achievement playing with his son. So it's just sad that it's come to this for poor Bronny. And we do have 2 more coming, Gary, 2 more comments or questions coming. Fake Today, Real Tomorrow is back in with another kind of Jack Nicholson centric comment here. Go ahead, Gary.
It's kind of hard to read some of these, kind of hard. Do the Right Thing was the best film in '89. Wasn't even nominated. Yeah, the Academy finally got something right. Hoosiers is best basketball film. Chinatown is Jack's signature performance.
I mean, Do the Right Thing was actually a really good movie. It probably should have been nominated, but I don't think it should have won. Hoosiers may be the best basketball movie, but it's not my favorite. Above the Rim and White Men Can't Jump are my personal favorite basketball movies. Love those movies, both of them. Favorite sports movie would probably be Jerry Maguire. I love that. It's one of, honestly, for Tom Cruise being known primarily as like an action movie star, like A Few Good Men and Jerry Maguire are probably Top Gun, the first Mission film, and then Jerry Maguire and A Few Good Men are probably my 4 favorite Tom Cruise films. And honestly, Jerry Maguire might be my favorite one, and it's my favorite sports movie. And Chinatown, while it is probably Jack's signature performance, I still will say One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is his best performance. But Chinatown is a masterpiece, and it is a top 10 favorite film of mine for sure. Good overall conversation though from you today. Fake today, real tomorrow. Ruthless Raider 78. Go ahead, Gary, with this one, and I'm going to take this as advice from him for sure.
Have a good one, fellas. Get some sleep. LOL.
Yes, I don't want to skip along too. I don't want to stay in too long on my good nights here because if I over talk, then we're probably going to get more super chats, and then I and Gary and my dog will all be up later even still. I really thought this was going to be, I was messaging with Gary before we came on air, and I was like, probably not going to get a big turnout tonight, maybe 90 minutes. 4.5 hours later, this is like one of the longest shows that we've done in 2 years. It's probably in the running for like the longest one we've done. But you guys were great tonight with your interaction and engagement and your generosity with your continual super chats that you dropped to us. So I obviously say it all the time. I will never sign off with a single super chat there because I do appreciate you guys so much and your support. So I love reading them. I love talking to you guys. And I can't believe we had like nearly 800 people in here when we started, and it's still like 330 people 4 hours and 40 minutes later at 3:30 a.m. in the morning at mine and Gary's time. So I'll simply just say thank you guys so much for tonight. And I'll see you guys tomorrow is the next thing I'll say. Gary and I will be back, same bat time, same bat channel, following that, hopefully what will be exhilarating game 1 in the Western Conference Finals, Spurs and Thunder. That is, Gary, again, 8:30, right? 8:30 tomorrow night tip-off. So around 11 p.m. Eastern time on the East Coast of the US of A is when you can find Gary and I on again in the Skap Live After Dark area. Until then, guys,